contribute towards Vision India at 2047. The aim of this August gathering is to felicitate the CMAs who have reached the elm in their professional lives. We also intend to utilize this platform as an opportunity for our professionals to get insight from our valuable mentors on the skills that need to be harnessed that shall enable them to be in a position to contribute towards achieving Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's Vision India at 2047. I would now request all the council members to come forward for the lighting of the lamp. I request all the members to come forward for the lighting of the lamp.
असतो मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मामृतं गमया मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मामृतं गमया असतो मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मामृतं गमया ॐ शान्ति 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 असतो मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मामृतं गमया मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मामृतं गमया.
Thank you all for setting the tone of the day with the lighting of the lamp and the playing of our institute anthem. I would now like to request CMA Rajinder Singh Bharti, Council Member and Convener, CMA Achievers Meet, to come up on stage. Requesting him to give a brief introduction about this meet. Also requesting CMA Pradeep Kumar Das, Chairman and Managing Director, IRIDA, to come up on the dais for a presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, CMAs.
Good morning.
It's been a great honor for me to be a convener of this August gathering. And in the presence of Pradeep Kumar Das, sir, because I attended one of the regional conference at Eastern India Regional Council. And there was a slight delay in the program. And he always praised the all institution to do the things on a time. So from 10:44, I was thinking So will we able to start on 10:45 or not? I was just bumbling but so this is a great honor I will give from the institute side. He always prays us to be on a time and start the program on a time. It's enthusiasm for this is the one of the CMA who keep the things that we should on a time. So we have today started the things on a time. Thank you very much, sir. For me, it's a learning, but we have started. Recently, Ministry MCA Secretary came to our office and then he gave thought to think for the Vision 2047. We are a cost accountant, we are a management accountant, we always think that the small target can achieve your big target. So we capped this theme of a CMA Achievers Meet of a 2030. We thought who are our brand value proposition, who are thinking in the market for our CMA brand. So we have thought of this meet and today we are successfully organizing this. We have a learned people, stalwarts of the economy who are managing this economy. They are today with us and we will be discussing on a CMA brand value proposition in the next 2047 with our own target of a 2030. We will have a small target of where CMS can take the industry to the head. So with us, our guiding force from the government, Inderdeep Singh Dhariwal, he will be joining shortly because he is always guiding force from the government side. He always prays us to work toward the CMAs, be a pioneer in the Indian economy and a globe. So today we have people from India and globe here and discussing about the CMAs, what are the new targets, what are the new opportunities, what are the new obstacles where we have to work on, like be it maybe sustainability, be it BRSR, be it DEI, so with the help of a new technology, with the new tools, blockchain technology, BI and what else. So with us, I would welcome Pradeep Kumar Das sir for a small presentation on the setting of a theme, Viksit Bharat 2047. Welcome, sir.
Namaskar. A very warm welcome to you all. Today, historic event because since 1944, when the institute came into existence, nobody has ever thought of having this kind of get together, recognizing your torch bearer family members. First of all, I'll just clarify one point. He said, Mr. B said that there was slight delay in Eastern India program. It was more than 35 minutes delay. So 35 minutes, if it is slight, then we will be very untruthful to our profession. So let us accept what it is and then only we can correct ourselves. See, when we are conducting this program during the parliament in session, expecting any government joint secretary level above officers or even honorable ministers is quite difficult. So be it late, even if he is coming, you will be grateful because every day they get questions. They have to prepare the question and this is the responsibility of the joint secretary. So therefore in this period, even if they have consented, we should be grateful to them. So no need to wait. And as a matter of fact, what I was informed by the president of the institute and the senior central council members that this is a program purely for our family members who have achieved certain things. I'll put it otherwise. Their achievement is through the contribution to society or economy. So who have contributed to the economy for their get together. If they are available, then that is our object and that is the purpose which is getting fulfilled. And why we are getting a get together now? Personally, I believe, and I have already spoken probably earlier, the kind of contribution what we and our institute has given, perhaps we are yet to receive that kind of recognition or reward from the government or the society. I find a lot of similarity with respect to my organization also, IREDA, Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency. I can guarantee most of you might not be knowing about IREDA prior to last 1 year before we hit the market in the IPO in November. And by that time, we had already worked for 36 years silently. The single largest pure green finance company in the country. What renewable energy development is happening today, the initiative has been taken by this company being the one single extended arm for almost 27 years. Before last 12 years, that SEC came into play. We are the two agencies now, but prior to that, we were the only one agency. Any industry which is technology centric, it requires fair amount of time initially to grow. And company has grown quite a lot, but now we have started getting recognition. Similarly, our institute had been working. When you talk about cost accountant or cost and management accountant, what cost? Cost of everything. Be it a product, be it a goods, be it a service, anything, be it a profit-making organization, be it a non-profit-making organization. Everywhere we have a cost. When I say that we should start the program in time, because time has its cost. So we are the accountant where we can contribute every sphere of life. And our contribution will be quite critical, crucial, and significant in the object of becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047, which is the mandate by our Honorable Prime Minister to us. I have prepared a very short presentation, but it may look, at times it may look long, so I can skip certain slides if you find irrelevant, and any of you can stop me wherever you feel like, or you want to stop me at the end and question, most welcome to that. Can someone tell me how to move forward? Just. Achha, you don't have any screen, so that I have to look like this. Oh, okay, the screen is so small. So this is a CMA Achievers Meet, Vision 2030. Why 2030? Because when we plan for 2047, we need to lay a solid foundation for at least 5 years, 2030. And when we have a government now, till 2029, assuming till 2029 it will go on smoothly, the way it has gone last 10 years. So we expect that we should at least plan in a very realistic manner for 2030. Then how we'll move forward from 2030 to reach 2047? I believe that 2030 will be a solid foundation for us. I think is it visible? Yeah, it is not visible to me. Anyway, no worries. We can start. See, if you see 2014 to 18, the way we have grown, because most of you might be finding that my inconvenience in PPT, because I do not give PPT except for my institute program or any academic research-oriented organization. Otherwise, I speak whatever I feel, whatever I know. So if you see the way the GDP has grown since 2014 to 18, you see, we are the highest among all these economies. Advanced economy, major advanced economies, Asian, Africa, China. So in a sense, the rate of growth what we are having, that is the fastest in the world. And 19 to 23, if you see, still we are maintaining that. But from the fifth, we are reaching to the third largest economy, and which is quite reachable and realistic. I don't think we have any doubt in that at all now. When you plan for 2047, we have categorized 3, 4, that is service, manufacturing, and population to live in urban area, and total consumer spending by 2030, and share of global capacity for data centers. These are the major we have touched upon. Because with the limited time of 20 minutes of presentation and discussion, I thought we can briefly talk about this. These are the significant points by which we can reach to that stage. See, if you see to reach to the first trillion by 2010, it took quite a long years. And it took 7 years to have another trillion addition. Then it took 3 years to add further another trillion. Then it took 4 years, another 1 trillion. Then we are expecting to reach 10 trillion by 2035 and 30 trillion by 2027. Don't you foresee a kind of hockey stick growth? It is appearing to a picture of hockey stick kind of growth, which means the economy need that kind of growth to reach that stage. And when we have planned, probably 10 years back, when we talked about that will become fifth largest or third largest, it was not easy to believe. Similarly, 2030 and 2047 also difficult to believe. I'm working in a sector that is renewable. And in renewable India, particularly if you take the example of solar, we have grown 36 to 38 times in last 10 years. No industry in the world has grown in that rate or speed, and that also with accuracy. See, if you see, we have categorized semiconductors, electronics, EV and auto batteries, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, capital goods, defense equipments, textiles, renewable, steel and cement. Renewable or energy I considered like a salt in your food. Everywhere you require that. Without energy, you cannot look at any development, and when you look at energy, then you have to look at renewable energy only to ensure that carbon neutrality is happening. So all these major sectors, what we have captured here, has already shown the result in the past, and the way it is going now, moving now, and we are confident by 2030, 2047, the kind of figures what we have envisaged will be reaching near to that. See, then, as you all know, that future is uncertain. Nobody can tell with accuracy what is the future, but at least with fair amount of certainty we can tell that. When we talk about, because our contribution is a service, CMA or any kind of professional service, those comes under service. So in the service sector, we are envisaging fair amount of growth. By and large, India was focusing largely in service or service exports. But post-COVID, when the whole global globe, looking at China plus one, so that one is most preferred is India. So therefore, in addition to the service growth, we'll have fair amount of manufacturing growth. If you talk on service, IT, tourism, financial service. These three sectors require fair amount of CMAs and their contributions and expertise. So this sector is giving huge amount of opportunity also. If it is growing at CAGR of 12%, 11% and 13%, that is a fair amount of growth. See, the growth driver in service sector, primarily digitization, the rise in digital services, rapid adoption of technologies, and widespread financial inclusion. The Jan Dhan, that is one of the example. Today the ready wala, thela wala, sabji wala, vegetable vendor, all are having that digital, part of the digital economy. That could happen through Pan-India Jan Dhan account opening scheme, and that is already have proven the decision of the government and honorable prime ministers that once we have this poorest of the poor or the last leg of value chain into the banking system, then only the true development or the fruit of development can be equally shared. Their contribution was not getting properly accounted or captured in the system. Now, in order to reach to the 2030 and 47, what are the focus areas we can look into? Infrastructure development, financing, industry support and governance, healthcare and social welfare, education, skill and development. Unfortunately, in India, we have never focused on spending much on R&D. If you look at individual level also, how much time and money we spend on R&D. The moment we get a job, we look for some housing loan, EMI setup will be there, or some children's good education. But on self R&D, self-development, we do not know. We have a culture of living for others. We forget what we are. So, in a sense, when I said that in India we have not spent much time and money on R&D, probably that is one of the reasons our manufacturing development or setup was not there. But now things are changing. Already semiconductor space and other automobile space, we are becoming the hub of manufacture, and already mobile handset, we have already become hub of the global level. And in the time to come, the way Government of India has brought in a lot of PLI schemes in manufacturing space, will become very soon Atmanirbhar. Not only that, will become a supporter to many of the developing economies or underdeveloped economies. Like we got the handholding from the developed economy, we took the technological support from them. Now time has come, we have reached to some level that we can handle them and we can support them. At least in renewable industry, we have reached to certain level where we can support to the underdeveloped countries, underdeveloped economies who are lagging behind quite a lot, particularly I'm talking of solar industry. And that's the reason, first time in the history, the headquarter of an international body, that is International Solar Alliance, that came into existence in India. Otherwise, whenever you look at any international association, you have to look at Europe or US. Again, in bioenergy also, the global headquarter is in India. See, we as an institute, we have to become the resource center by supporting, supplying, delivering in the form of CFO and CEOs. Till last night, my team, when they prepared this presentation under my guidance, they mentioned it as CFO. I said, no, I'm no more CFO, I'm CEO. You tell me, if we are the master to manage the cost is ingredient part of anything, be it product, be it cost of production, be it sale value, be it marketing, all kind of expenditures or all kind of incomes. Each and every component, cost is the driver. If we are driving the all space of the entire value system of a business, why will be restricting ourselves to cost accountant? We can be considered as business value accountant. So, see, we all are accountant from childhood. You know, when you go to the school, at the end of the year, your parents look for what is your accounting report, what is your scorecard, how the score comes, that comes from accounting only. You go through so many unit tests, all accounts are maintained. So each and every person is accountant, and accountant's requirement is there from the beginning of anything and everything. And the parents sees the good scorecard, they feel very happy, they give you some reward. If they do not get good score, then they may punish or they may encourage you, whatever way you like. I belong to the second category. By the way, I never tell my children to study. I tell them do whatever you want. And as long as you enjoy study, you study, otherwise don't study. Because I never studied in my school. I did rest of the thing in my school except studies. And I'm happy with that. What people are doing in MBA school, I did during my school. All kind of organizational activity in my school, I used to participate and I used to lead. Be it sports, be it culture and everything. So then I realized that I have already done my MBA in my school itself. Because that will enable you to boost up your confidence level. You will not have a fear factor. People talk about government organization, government rule regulation, fear of bureaucracy and other things. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I'll show in my slide what we have done and how we have done. Now, relevance of renewable sector and IREDA's seminal role in India's green transition. When I'm talking about holistic approach kind of growth, and am I talking theory or is it practical? I'll prove that we have done it in our company. I joined IREDA 4.5 years back. 4.5 years back, my organization was having the loan book size of 22,000 crore. We had around 179 employees. Today, our employee strength is 165, and our book size is 65,000 crore plus. So 3.5 times of business growth, 10% manpower down. Not only that, we are the corporate who is reporting fastest audited result in the country. Normally, people look at TCS and Infosys. This year, on 10th, we published, then we came to know TCS also published. And I'm confident in the next quarter, for December, we'll be trying to improvise further. We took 10 days last time, we may improvise further. One point I'll touch upon here, SEBI allows 145 days. We did in 10 days, and we're still confident that we can improvise further. We are a government organization. We run with the baggage of 3C, that is CBC, CBI, CAG, which private sector not. So despite carrying the 3C's baggage, still we are running and we are reaching fastest. See, I'll talk about renewable because this is the industry which has grown in a holistic approach. So therefore, since I am coming from that industry and my organization has also grown in the same manner. So energy, since I said energy is the foundation or fundamental for any industry's growth in the country or anywhere. For 1% of GDP growth, when we are envisaging 6.5 to 7, at least 9 to 10% of energy growth is required. That is 1.25 times of energy. And out of that, 90% growth has to come from renewable in order to ensure decarbonization and carbon neutrality. So if you look at capacity installed, we are 4th largest in world. And very soon we'll be becoming 3rd largest. If you look at the opportunity till 2047, huge amount of opportunities there, and 25 to 30, and then we need to have 8.3x times of growth to reach that. Now, 500 gigawatt target for 2030, to my mind, it is quite achievable. If we can achieve that, then 1800 gigawatt by 2047, that also will become achievable. When I say 500 gigawatt, renewable is 485 and 15 is nuclear. But till today, our commitment of 500 is from non-fossil. So people used to get confused there. For this 485, to reach to this 485 gigawatt of capacity, we require fair amount of investment. Around 260 lakh crores of investment required till 2047. And till 2030, you require 30 to 35 lakh crores of investment. When government has decided to grow renewable in a jet speed, not only to mitigate our requirement or our decarbonization mission, also to set an example to the rest of the world, several measures government has initiated, both demand side and supply side. If you see PM Suryaghar Mukti Bijli Yojana that came very recently, interstate transmission charges, open access charges waiver, green open access rules, renewable purchase obligations. These are the demand side initiative government took. And similarly at the same time, supply side. Because to run a business, you need to touch both supply and demand. Because this definition of business is bridge between supply and demand. So government had to bridge. Must run status, CPSU scheme, PM Kusum, launch of GDAM and GTAM, PPA-based tenders, renewable energy zones. And many of you might not find it little difficult in particular word. You can Google it out, you will find the meaning. Because it is very much talked whenever we talk about renewable and climate change and sustainability. See, the ecosystem which is required for developing a sector that is perfectly placed as far as renewable is concerned in the country. I'm talking renewable because I'm in that field since 4.5 years and I can talk that with authority. So with that, I can generate a sense of confidence in you. If one segment can be done, other segment can also be done. We have progressed in most of the sectors in the country. Look at semiconductor or mobile or automobile and how our import bill with respect to fuels is getting reduced gradually. Now these are the action already taken. Now we have to go for what action further required to be taken. Before some time I spoke about around 32 lakh crores of requirement. In solar itself we require 11 lakh 50,000 crores. Storage 400, wind 400, so the breakup is there. When you look at the development of RE, 100% FDI is considered. Where you require first equity, then the lender like us will come forward. So equity mostly, largely has come from overseas through FDI route. Now tell me, who is going to invest in India? They will invest only when they find the return what they are getting here is better than their country or any other economy. So delta of return in India versus rest of the world, if they find it is zero or positive, then only they will come to invest. Why zero? If their economy is growing negatively and we are positively, still the delta will be zero, but there will be a chance that they can gain in future. But when the economy's growth is negative, even if they do nothing, the inflation will put their savings down. And apart from equity, the debts around normally 75, 25 or 70, 30 or 80, 20, that kind of range. There is one sector in the country where we go up to 95% of loan, that is in ethanol space. Nobody might have heard even with 5% equity you can set up a project 95% you will get a loan. I'm sure most of you might not be knowing who have not dealt loan in ethanol. You might have heard ethanol, the blending of ethanol 5%, 10%, 20%. We have reached almost 16% now, the blending. By the time we reach 20%, you might hear then government has enhanced to 25%, 30%. So more and more blending percentage goes, less and less import will happen and import bill will come down. So that will save our foreign currency requirement also. And at the same time, ethanol mostly it is coming from agro-base, either from sugar or food grain. And those are coming from true Indian developers, not fund-based investors like in solar overseas investors and all. It's a very wonderful effort by government of India. Now, when I said equity and debt, for debt we have the lenders in the, if you ask in renewable today, the projects typically funded from bond market 50%, 35% from NBFC space, and 15% from banks and others, institutions. So bond market plays a very key role as far as domestic lending is concerned. And in case of equity, mostly you see this KKR, ADIA, all fund-based organization overseas. Now I'll tell what IRIDA has done and why IRIDA, how IRIDA is aligned with the hockey stick approach of growth required in the country. See, we have financed, sanctioned more than 2,08,000 crores in last 37 years. And we have financed more than 1,36,000 crores. And the CAGR growth is around 33%. And if you see our cumulative write-off till September against a 1,36,000 crore is only 114 crore. कितना परसेंट हो रहा है ये? 1,36,000 आप लोग सब कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंट फटाफट मैथमेटिक्स में निकाल देंगे. 1,36,000 करोड़ में 114 करोड़ कितना होता है? 0.1% आ रहा है. तो 0.1% कोई बैड लोन होता है क्या? तो आपका पास कस्टमर जो आएगा उसको चाय पिलाने में आपका 0.1% खर्चा हो जाएगा. वेल, हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में हमारा जो बिजनेस होता है इन फुल डिजिटल मोड इज द ओनली कंपनी, government company I can say, private I do not know, you can tell me, is doing the business in a zero paper mode. And our visitors footfall is near to zero, not zero but near to zero. For KYC and documentation we only call for physical meeting. We do 99.9999% meetings to virtual mode, and our, except for few files, rest of the files are in e-mode. All our officers, including me, can work from anywhere, everywhere. Though we have office pan-India regions, and in Delhi itself we have 3 offices. But most of the times I am not available in my office. None of my file, never you will find any file pending in my table. Because there is no table. This is my office. Wherever I move, my office moves with that. I can sit in airport lounge, I can do, while moving in the car, I can do my file. It is unbelievable for a government organization, like it is unbelievable for a cost accountant to do this, right? You do not know what is our potential. Try to introspect. By the way, I am half CA. But I will believe both the professions are same. Nothing to differentiate, nothing to complain against anybody. I have slightly difference from my senior members. This institute ऐसे कर दिया और दूसरे institute वैसे कर दिया, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. What we are doing, our work should speak. Time will come, we will get the reward. And again, I have slight difference. As because our headquarters is not in Delhi, so we are not able to do so many things. Not like that. If this program could happen here today, despite having the headquarters in Kolkata, other thing can also be done. Since we are living in an era of digitization, automation, we can do any kind of work, anybody. I came across a girl from Malaysia. Last year I came across. During COVID time, she had to appear in that JE test. Malaysia used to have a center. So during COVID time, the center was not functioning. It was not. She wrote simply an email to our Honorable Prime Minister. And as one center was, it was ensured that center is there. And she got selected, not in IIT and all, I think some of the daily base she was doing from computer science. And again, she had to do internship from DRDO. She wanted to do other than online, offline. Her name is Muskan. The name is a misnomer. What kind of BA? So DRDO had raised so many questions about the intent of the student, why she wants to come and do physical when we are enabling. She had only one thought. I came and joined the course during COVID. Most of my course happened in online, so if I get an offline internship, my knowledge will be more. Finally, she got it, and recently she got campus recruited in NatWest, one of the very prestigious placement. My son told me, I did not know that also. So, I think I have spoken about IRIDA, so nothing much. Only thing I can tell, we have tremendous potential. We have to get united. अभी अभी महाराष्ट्र का इलेक्शन हुआ है, एक है तो स्ट्रांग है. So let us get united. Let us bring down what contribution we have done so far and what we can contribute to till 2030 and 2047. Be genuine, be honest, because I believe that what we practice, we need to practice in our institute also. Discipline and attitude and simplicity. That is the fundamental for any profession. That is what we have followed in our organization. If in 33 years a company has done a loan book business of 22,000 and 40 plus thousand could be added in just 4 years, and from a net NPA of 7.18 to coming down to just below 1 in 4 years, that too without having a haircut, without write-off. We had a series of dialogues with 92 NPA accounts, 40 and odd account we could sort it out. Settlement, we could get back our principal along with simple interest or sometimes cost of funds. To do that, lot of out-of-box approach has to be done. Today, our turnaround time from application to disbursement is quickest in the country, I can guarantee, in the world probably, in project finance space, in a NBFC. Because globally NBFC is not much there. In India, NBFC is there. See, when we started, I took over the organization, we had 8 IT platforms. We are working in single IT platform since 1 year, 1.5 years. And we are an organization having a lot of cultural difference with others. We do mandatory meditation 10 to 10:15 every day. Today also I did, sitting beside the room. When I came, Mr. Beast wanted me, leave me for 15 minutes and close the door. And I can experience, today was one of my best meditation day. That experience I'm keeping with me, that is confidential. What was the outcome of it? And I was confident my day and my program and the purpose and objective for which we have done this today, that is going to be achieved today. And during the day, I'll be available till 4:30 because we have a board meeting today. We had earlier planned board meeting in the day because we had to realign that to the institute's requirement for attending this program. Even I can attend up to 5 here. 5:30 is our board meeting. My other functional director is also here. We have 2 functional directors in the board. He is also here. Many of you might not be knowing Dr. Mahanti. He has, since 1 week, he was working day night for this program. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Jai CMA.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking us time from your busy schedule. We would now commence the Manthan 1. I'd request all the panelists to come up on stage. CMA Aseem Kumar Mukhopadhyay, CMA Mukesh Agarwal, CMA Anupam Agarwal, CMA Santosh Sharma. CMA Dr. Pankaj Gupta, unfortunately he is not arrived as yet. He is the moderator for this session, but since he's on his way and slightly unavailable at the moment, so CMA Aseem Mukhopadhyay has kindly agreed to be the moderator for us. Thank you. I now request CMA Chitranjan Chattopadhyay, Council Member, to come up on the dais to welcome CMA Pradeep Kumar Das, Professor, Chairman and Managing Director, IRIDA. CMA Chitranjan Chattopadhyay. Yes. CMA Pradeep Kumar Das, just a few words about him. In a career spanning 37 years, he has extensive experience in finance, banking, reporting, compliance, audit, resource mobilization, treasury, loan and recovery, and divestment in both public and private sectors. So please, Chitranjan Chattopadhyay, sir, please welcome. And now request CMA Navneet Jain, Council Member, to come up on the dais to welcome CMA Aseem Kumar Mukhopadhyay, MD and CEO of Tata Motors Smart City Mobility Solutions. In his career spanning more than 3 decades, he has played a key role in executing the growth strategies of various companies in automotive and steel industries. Can be done in the front. I now request CMA Neeraj D. Joshi, Council Member, to come up on the dais to welcome CMA Mukesh Agrawal, Director Finance, Coal India Limited. His expertise encompasses a diverse range of industries, including rubber, spinning, telecommunication, construction, power, and coal. Thank you very much, sir. I now request CMA P. Vinay Ranjan, Council Member, to come up on the dais to welcome CMA Anupam Agrawal, Director Finance, ONGC Videsh Limited. CMA Anupam Agrawal, Director Finance, ONGC Videsh Limited. During his tenure in ONGC, he has handled responsibilities in diversified roles at Corporate Office, Dehradun, Mumbai, Assam, and Baroda. Thank you, sir. And now request CMA Dr. Ashish Thate, Council Member, to come up on the dais to welcome CMA Santosh Sharma, Head Business Planning and Stakeholder Management, Air India. He has also received the Social Entrepreneur of the Year Award from the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, sir. begin the Manthan 1. CMA Asim Kumar Mukhopadhyay, request you to be the moderator. Yes. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's my proud privilege to be the moderator of the session Manthan 1, CMAs for Nation Building. Definitely, I would like to start the sessions. The pattern will be like this. I will be trying to introduce about some of my thoughts. At the same time, I will request the honorable speakers to speak for 2-3 minutes, followed by a few questions, which I will try to pose to the honorable speakers, followed by the summary as well as the questions from the audience. First, let us talk about the India's growth story. If I quote as per the Niti Aayog, the Indian economy will post an annual average economic growth of 9.2% between 2030 and 2040, 8.8% between 2040 and 2047, and 9% between 2030 and 2047. The average life expectancy in India is expected to rise from 67.2 years in 2021 to 71.8 years, and literacy rate improves from 77.8 to 89.8%. With a population of 1.4 billion, where more than 40% are below the age of 25, we possess an incredible demographic dividend to drive economic growth. India's population is projected to peak at 1.64 billion in 2048 before declining to 1.45 billion by 2100. Furthermore, women's empowerment is a cornerstone of our progress, with initiatives aimed at increasing female workforce participation to unlock their full potential and contribute significantly to our nation's economic and social development. The role of cost and management accountants, CMAs, in nation building is pivotal, as they contribute to the economic and organizational efficiency of both private and public sector. Their expertise in cost management, resource optimization, and financial planning plays a significant part in driving sustainable growth and strengthening the nation's economy. CMAs contribute in multiple ways, whether it is economic growth, whether it is public sector policy support, whether it is fostering financial discipline by implementing a sound cost and financial management practices. CMAs foster transparency and accountability in organization, inculcating ethical practices and improving efficiency. I'm very proud to say that in my career spanning about 40 years as a CMA, I was 37 years in the finance domain, and last 3 years, I got the privilege of heading the Tata Motors Smart City Mobility Solutions, which deals with urban mobility business, that is the electric vehicles, the cause of sustainability. Whatever is the impediments of the growth imperatives in the institute, its curriculum, it has changed manifold, trying to see that it gets a parity with the contemporary needs. Now, question remains whether we have achieved everything. It is not. It's an evolving world. Disruption is the key. When disruption is happening, sustainability is the key agenda. I think we have to reorient ourselves in a very different way. And the most important things which will come is today's dynamic landscape. is the artificial intelligence, sustainability, leverage AI and advanced analytics, sustainability accounting, champion the digital transformation, promoting a circular economy, and continuous skill development. CMA is an integral part of driving organizations towards sustainable success in rapid changing world. The Institute of Cost Accountants of India has taken a significant step forward by updating its curriculum to align with the rapidly evolving demands of modern business landscape. These updates focus on equipping cost and management accountants with the skills and knowledge required to thrive a world shaped by technological advancement and sustainability imperative. CMAs today has to act as a strategic partner in shaping policies, fostering growth, and driving reforms, thereby playing a transformative role in the overall development and prosperity of the nations. CMAs will not only remain relevant, but also become key drivers of change, helping organizations navigate the complexities of the modern era. The addition of these subjects ensures that CMAs are not only cost and management accounting experts, but also strategic leaders capable of navigating a rapidly changing landscape. I would like to just give an example of the industry which I head. It's a totally tech industry. The urban mobility space is a different business model. It comes. It is normally we have talked about purchasing the vehicles. Selling of the vehicles is the purpose of the organization, manufacturing and selling. Here it's a subscription economy. We are selling the per passenger kilometer rate to every organization. And I think this is the rudiment of it comes in the operating costing, which the CMAs has to do, whether it is cost per passenger kilometer or cost per ton kilometer. I would say with connected vehicle, connected chargers, route management system, depot management system, advanced prognostics, I am able to monitor through the smartphone 3,000 plus vehicles plying in various Indian cities. Today we ply more than 1,600 vehicles in Delhi, this town, about 1,000 vehicles in Bangalore, about 400 vehicles in Mumbai, about 200 in Jammu and Kashmir, so on and so forth. So I would say I'm a proud CMA, and CMA has a great contribution in nation building. It will happen, but only when we reorientate our journey to the leadership arena. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Mukesh Agarwal to speak either 2 words.
Good morning to all of you. It is my privilege to be here. I am first of all thankful to the Institute that they had organized this very unique program, and what I understand, the purpose of this program is to get connected and share the stories how the CMAs are doing in the industries. First of all, I will say that as our earlier Rasa has told, now the renewable energy is playing a vital role in the country, and the country has a target of 500 gigawatt by 2030. But I belongs to an industry which is opposite to the Rasa, and I am coming from a bad boy fraternity that is called fossil fuel, coal. And still coal is playing 80% contribution to the India's energy need. Yes, the days has to come when the coal has to come down. But still, as I told, that 80% of the energy is coming from the coal. So I will tell you what the initiative we had taken as a cost accountant or management accountant in the company. Because if I increase my 100 rupees in the cost, ultimately it will increase the cost of 6 paisa per unit to a consumer. Ultimately, it will be gone to the economy. Coal India Company, being a responsive miner, we had taken a certain decision that instead of increasing the price, I will tell to this our August gathering that from 2018 onwards, we had not increased the price of coal. From it was 600 million ton we were producing in 2018, and now in 2024 we had produced 773 million tons. But we had not increased the price, but the bottom line has increased from 17,500 crore rupees to 37,500 crore rupees. So, why I am telling all this data? Because the company and the decision makers has taken a very wide decision. Instead of increasing the price, we will play with the volume growth. Coal industry is an industry where 70% of the cost is the fixed cost. 30% cost is only the variable cost. By increasing 7 to 8% volume, we are getting 5 to 6% profit bottom line in our this. Apart from this, there are the certain more areas where the company is playing. Natural resource, natural attrition of the manpower. We are not increasing the manpower in the proportion the natural attrition is taking place. Instead of this, we are going more mechanization and outsourcing. These are the areas. And now, so by doing all these things, we are managing our bottom line. When we talks about the how further roles are of the CMAs are there, now the country is opening very much. There are the new fields which are coming into the arena. Number one, critical area, which is the critical mining, where Government of India has recently notified and 6-7 amendments have been done. And this is a very wide industry where the CMAs can play a vital role in decision making, because critical mineral will be not straight away adding to the profit. Here CMAs have to think how to make it profitable at a first stage by adding the forward integration. Coal gasification is a new area because country has a abundant source of the coal, and coal has to be phased down as per our commitment in the UNO. To utilize this at a very gainfully, CMAs have to play a vital role in bringing down the coal gasification cost. These are the new areas where CMAs can play a very, very vital role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal. You have basically emphasized on the innovative areas where you find you've been partnering to your industry. CMS can play a great role. Coal gasification is one of such examples, which is basically showing the pathway. Now I request Mr. Santosh Sharma to speak a few words to start with this session.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Yes. Yeah. So I'm from Air India, and I'm sure all of you must have flown Air India, right? So Air India is not just a company or an organization, it's an emotion. It's an emotion in India. Do you all agree to it? Yeah. So when the government took the decision to, merge and disinvest Air India and merge 4 airlines, and then Tata took the decision to merge 4 airlines, all across the world, it was called as the Everest of turnaround. And I tell you, it is indeed an Everest of turnaround, because even the Harvard has a case study now on Air India. So the idea is, when Tata's took over Air India, so 4 organizations had to be merged. You can imagine, when a person gets married to the other person, a male and a female, after 5 days, you know, the khatpat starts, right? All of you agree to it, right? Now, right? But it is here that the leadership of the Tatas, they took over and we got a role. I mean, I as a CMA, I got a role, a very important role to play in the entire turnaround. I head the business planning and stakeholder management, and we take care of the entire customer touch points. So right from the time when you plan to book a ticket till the time you move out. So this is the customer experience that we want to give, and I play a very important role to enhance this customer experience as a CMA. So we have, we have the largest as far as the role that Air India plays in the, in the growth of the country. Yes, it adds speed to the country. We have ordered 470 aircrafts, and a few days back, we have ordered another 100 aircraft. And when Air India ordered these aircrafts, the world stood up and saw what India is capable of. And this was a wow moment for all of us. But the job is only, it's just the beginning. By 2027, we intend to show you what India and what Air India can do. Because we want to shift the focus, the hub of airline from the Middle East to India. And that is the plan. It's a big plan. We are going with a big mission, and I'm sure as a CMA, we'll be able to add a lot of value to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Basically speaking, I'm privy to sitting close to Bombay House, what kind of a journey we had in acquiring the Air India and 4 airlines, he said, merging. And I would say the transport industry, particularly the air aviation, the different challenges which they are having now. And he must be calling himself as a proud CMA really, and we must be proud of you to manage the business planning area of the Air India, Vistara, Air Asia, all these companies taken together. It's a different pathway, and as a CMA, we are really proud here. This will be a great move towards the nation building. Thank you very much. Now, I would say Mr. Anupam Agarwal, you to speak a few words.
It is a privilege to be a part of this eminent panel, and it is a mix of private sector, public sector, and a lot on energy sector we are talking about. So IREDA is there, Coal India is there, and from oil and gas and myself am there. So today's topic is very apt, the Viksit Bharat and role of CMH. So Viksit Bharat, what does it mean? We have reached from 7th largest economy to 5th largest, expect to be the 3rd largest. Today our GDP is about 4 trillion. But this 3rd largest is something, it will not take us to the Viksit Bharat, because we also have a base of 140 crore people. And the aspirations of the people is that each and everybody should have the benefit of that Viksit Bharat, and that will happen only with a quantum leap in the growth, GDP growth. So this GDP has to grow from 4 trillion to something like 30 trillion, as Chairman IREDA had already given very lucidly in his presentation. So now that 30 trillion is a quantum leap, and it will have a scope for, and in that process, each and every stakeholder has to play a role. As proud Indians, we all have a duty to this country and to the people of this country to contribute for Viksit Bharat, and the government has to play its role in terms of regulatory framework. Corporate world has to play a role in terms of building world skill plants, projects, and each professional body has to play a role so that the requisite talent is available to meet the challenges of tomorrow. The past GDP growth in last 2-3 decades, what we have been talking is mainly driven by consumption-led requirement and ITES. But the future will not be possible until unless we become a export-led growth. The 30 trillion cannot come from the consumption led. And for that, we have to create global scale plants. We have to create global scale operations. Our systems have to be globally competitive. And here the role of cost and management accountants will be very, very crucial, because the costing, value creation, and finding new ways of business will be the things of tomorrow. And in that background, I will like to talk about ONGC and OVL. ONGC is in E&P sector, oil and gas exploration and production, and its role is to produce oil and gas in India. But despite all our efforts, we are still importing about 88% of our oil needs. And here we are facing a very challenging thing today, that on one hand we are talking about energy transition. So that means today at some time the demand for oil and gas will peak and people will move away from oil and gas to renewables. On other side, we are importing 88% of requirement. So the aspiration of the government, aspiration of the country is to increase the production within the domestic sector. And the third challenge is the cost of services certainly is at very high end. So this has made very, very difficult to work out economics of our projects. And each project is at least for 25 to 35 years life. So we have to take a call on what should be the cost of the projects, what should be the profit of those oil price we will be realizing, and how we will be viable. So here is the role that cost accountants have to play a very important role in ensuring that real-time cost data is available, and we are working on that. We are already in the mission of digitization, digitalization, AI, machine learning, all things we are working on that. From OVL perspective, we are overseas arm. We are working in presently in 15 countries, 32 projects we have in different parts. And this I'm talking more from the globalization part. So we already have a taste of what globalization means, because Viksit Bharat cannot be without globalization and global scale plants. So we have to struggle with, each country has a different fiscal regime, regulatory framework. Our people have to struggle with compliance requirement in each and every jurisdiction. And we work with a very lean and thin manpower. 180 people managing 15 operations in 15 countries, 32 operating projects, and so many subsidiaries in various jurisdictions as a part of holding structure. And here is the role of the professionals. Out of 180, only 50 are finance professionals. But actually we are more like an investment company where we have to see the various compliance requirements. So role of CMAs, role of CAs, and what I want to say, why to talk about role of CMAs alone? When we are talking about 2047, and as a Viksit Bharat with 30 trillion economy, today we have about 4 lakh chartered accountants, 1 lakh cost accountants, to total 5 lakh. But when the economy will grow from 4 trillion to 30 trillion, it will not be possible to manage with this 5 lakh. It has to be much more. So there will be role of and space for each and every professional to work. Many of the routine processes of finance, which are more of transaction oriented, will vanish in days to come. A lot of automation is coming, a lot of digitalization is coming, a lot of AI, everybody is working. Our previous panelists talked about various initiatives they have taken, but I will say each and every company is contributing in that journey in its own way. So the business landscape will change very drastically. The CMAs have to be ready for the new roles. They have to be cost leaders. They have to be basically real-time cost data should be available. They have to be management accountants. So today we have to move, and in the past we have been talking in the CMA is to get the government support, to get this requirement of support that we should be allowed this audit, that audit. But the institute cannot grow with only government support. We have to improve our own visibility. We have to be smart. We have to be presentable. We have to improve our interpersonal skills. And then we have to improve our brand image. And time management also, as some of the previous speakers have already told. All these things we have to work together to see that our profession rises. So these are some opening remarks from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Very nicely said. Actually speaking, lastly, he ended with time management. I would say one of the very big role a CMA can play in any project. He is talking about project. There is a very important concept for project which is basically followed for regulating the project cost of US Army and Canadian Army. That is EVM, Earned Value Management. Time overrun and cost overrun, how it can be managed with the principle of budgetary control is an excellent principles which can be done by the CMAs. So I think contemporary needs are changing. It is not only CMAs, it's not only accountants. I'm very proud to say today I'm able to lead a company, and many of the leaders are here who are leading the company instead of playing only the accountant's role. So a great insight, Mr. Agarwal. Now basically I have played the role of a substitute moderator. Now I'd say Mr. Pankaj Gupta, our who was supposed to moderate this session, is here. Now he will be, of course, since I've moderated, so I would request him to speak on something on his mind on how the CMAs in nation building can do it. At the same time, throw some light on some strategic imperatives which will change the CMA perspective for Viksit Bharat 2047, and before that, the milestone at 2030. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Very good morning. Thank you so much. Sometimes certain things are there which are in our control, sometimes certain things. Am I audible? Yes. Okay, sometimes something happens. Like I was coming from Haryana, and again there is some, Kisan issue was there and I got stuck. So my apologies for that. I'd like to say that old time, Pepsi used to say beat Coke, and they never succeeded. But the moment they said, we are different, we have to sell on our own merits, our own strength, then the rest is the history. So I'd like to say CMAs are very powerful. I have taught in about 52 countries. And as an academic leader, I was in government, then I worked as a CEO and group CEO, president, two-time vice chancellor. But the thing is, we are what we believe we are. The moment we say we are this, then in a way we are trying to label ourselves. So CMAs have to believe, we are not less than anyone. Tusi ki farak penda. So that kind of attitude has to be there. That is my first comment. We have to believe in ourselves, and for that matter, there is so much, because I am on education. I am now currently with OP Jindal University, and I also manage a few other universities. In my education consulting work, I also work with PMO on work on the Indian knowledge system. I am setting up a Vedanta Institute in near Naimisharane, and I'm also building a integral school in Pondicherry. That is talking about Vidya and Avidya both. Somehow in CMA, I can share with you with total honesty that there is so much focus on the Avidya part. Avidya part is, understanding accounting, big data, blockchain, so on and so forth. And that is like a learning for living. You can make money, but the not too much focus on the Vidya, that is, the Sa Vidyata Vimuktaye, the knowledge which, which is for life. And same is true for our CMA members also. That is very, very important. If we are strong, then only we can support our country in a strong way. Look at that goddess Saraswati ji. She has a Veena, that is a Gana. Then has a Veda, that is a Gyan. And then there is a Mala, that is a Dhyan. So for the holistic persona, all the three are needed, Gan, Gyan and Dhyan. But do we really tell our CMAs to integrate these things in our lives? How much happy life are we living? And if we are becoming more and more happy, chill, centered in our own self, we shall be able to add more value for the companies and for our own self. Taking time off, Sometime, I spent almost 1.5 years in idle, in silence in the Himalayas. And that was a very productive time in my life. I could study Bhagavad Gita, Bible, Quran, Bulle Shah, Kabir, Khalil Gibran, Rumi, Tao Te Ching, Buddha, Osho. And then I created a new product that is known as Ancient Wisdom for managers and lawyers. And now I teach this course all over the world, including Harvard. Next month I'm going to teach in Harvard and Wharton. So I'm saying that we need to do time management, but at the same time we also need to have some blank spaces, white space, and start thinking about our own self, that what is my swabhav and swadharma. Suppose, and as Anupam ji mentioned very clearly, that not only by government kya degi, but what I'm going to do, like I teach in the US, वहाँ पे क्या ना, like in India, sir नमस्कार. I see so many great people there. सबको मेरा नमस्कार पहले, मुस्ताकी के लिए क्षमा. क्योंकि मैं लेट हो गया था, I was already with so much of guilt, so नमस्कार पहले नहीं कर पाया. Thank you. So what I'm trying to say that in our country, we focus so much attention by industry आप सिखाओ, industry, institute, academia, interaction is not happening. But we are talking about only the best practice coming from the industry and going to the academia. But why people are so much respected in the US? Why the person who does a fresh PhD getting a $250,000 to $300,000 as a basic salary? Because they not only create the best practice, they create the next practice. And that is how those academic leaders are respected more by the industry. So I believe that the value creation is very, very important. And for that, first and foremost, I need to create value for my own self. Finding time in rest, relaxation, morning running, meditation, some sort of a hot yoga. स्वास्थ्य क्या होता है? स्वास्थ्य स्व में स्थित. अगर हम स्व में स्थित हैं तो बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. If I am not centered in self, then where I am living in abhav and prabhav. Either I am thinking I am not good enough, or somebody else's life I want to live. So I believe that some element of vidya, some level of self-centered and self-love, that is very, very important. And then a lot of newer possibilities will emerge. So these are my opening things, sir, and I have a roadmap also I can share. 3 days back, I was invited in a first Indian public accounting conference in Bangalore. That was organized by Miles Education. There's a company which is making the maximum number of US CMAs, CPAs, ACCAs, and they have captured the market like anything. And they're exporting accountant to US. You'll be surprised to know almost 50,000 accountants they have placed in the US at 70,000 to 1 lakh salary. A lot of GCCs are also coming to India, like more than 200 are coming to India. So the time is ours, let me tell you, sir. All boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. But we have to believe in ourselves. So, sir, I will stop at this moment, and if you give me more time, I'll share some more things. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for your vast experience. Actually, you have changed the dimension. Actually speaking, giving the perception that I know everything. That's the most important thing. And what kind of diversifications in the learning can happen with the perceptions. He has thrown light on it. I would say, like me being once I got during long back an honorary doctorate from then US University. So at this stage now I've thought of doing a full-time PhD in green accounting. This is the perception which is basically happening, which will give us a lot of
It is an IOE,
yeah.
and it will be nice. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So we have heard CMA Mr. Pradeep Kumar Das in the first session. So I would rather now ask him. I didn't ask him to talk about the session of Manthan 1, but I will tell him that to give some directions to this CMA profession for nation building, what strategic perspectives, strategic imperatives the CMA should make. Although in his presentations I could listen that lot of strengths, lot of yet to change the world, change the game has happened. But I think specific directions, if you can give, then it will be very useful for this session. Mr. Das, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have very less time now. Honorable Minister probably will be reaching any moment. He said by 12:10, 12:15 he'll be here. And he'll be leaving sharp 2, including the lunch. So we have to cut, sir. I'll prefer rather questions, but since he said about the strategy, see, first of all, we are a 70-year-old institute. It is not that we do not know things. We know things. We have to do the thing in a different manner, then only we can improvise. See, what we practiced in my company 4.5 years back, we questioned each process. And more than 50% of the process we could make redundant. So by that time, the company is 30-year-old, 33-year-old. So many a times we carry the legacy process, legacy habit and other things. And that enabled us for effective output of our working. Whenever you do the cost, productivity, you look into it. So to bring down the process, you see what is the business model, business process, business policy in place. See, you cannot change outright. Like 33-year-old organization, I cannot suddenly change, nobody will change. It has to happen in a due process, in a phased manner. Take some, do it, show the result. Then take another lot, do change, show the result. Once your team gains the confidence, like normally people say, even this is the statement of my CAG team now. They say normally we find, you used to see earlier 80-20 kind of thing. 80% do not work, 20 used to work, on that company used to run. That was his comment. It's not appropriate to tell in a public platform, but it was a fact. And since we belong to a CMA family, we have to speak the truth, to understand each other, to relate each other, to improvise ourselves. And he said the thing has changed in last 10 years. Now it is almost 50-50. But in IREDA, I'm finding 90-10. The 90% people are working on 10. I said, we have targeted only 90. We are not targeting 100. So don't target 100. Don't target that you can do everything. Whatever your role, if you can do some part of that in an efficient manner, that will enable you to grow. And once you generate a sense of confidence, that will help you to further improvise and further improve your effectivity in due course of time. And see, nobody is best in this world. Everybody has certain something, and we have to learn from each other. Like the scheduled moderator who has already expressed his reason why he came late, he has already focused on this. What is the value of self-introspection or meditation and all? I have already told that we are an organization, mandatorily we are doing meditation. If a person is not doing meditation, certainly the person will not be promoted in our company. And he will be questioned. That is default in his duty. Part of office time, 15 minutes we are spending in that since 4.5 years. That is our strength. So what is meditation? Meditation is nothing but decarbonizing yourself and getting the positive energy from the supreme power. That is in a layman's word. And more you practice, more and more you will gain. So similarly in our working, when you practice, we have to decarbonize. Whatever you have learned wrong things, we have to eliminate those. Then you have to capture good practices. And as already been spoken, whatever we reach to a level, that is the best practice. But then you have to look into the next practice. Because since nothing is certain in this world, everything is changing. We are living in a global era of globalization. Anything happens in any corner of the world that has impact on us. Since we are going to become third largest economy and planning to be developed economy by 2047, therefore anything and everything we do, it will have chain impact on the rest of the world. And needless to say, India is leading from front in most of the areas today. You look at the yoga meditation we talk, we are leading the world in that. Everybody is trying to learn from us what is that. And can anybody not agree with me here that if you do continuous meditation or practicing, again we have physical yoga, that heart yoga I was told now, we do that recommendatory every day, 30 minutes of office time and 30 minutes of our employee time. So that is what I told. We have brought in these small changes. You do not require big changes, and big changes are not possible in a short time. And by the time you bring that big change, you may be outdated also. So therefore, do small changes, work slowly but steadily, but work firmly, and never ever allow others to know that you are second to them. So that kind of self-confidence you should carry. But when you ask yourself, you have to tell that I have to learn a lot, I have to improvise a lot, then only you will be investing in yourself. Once you invest in yourself, you can do it. And today, we 3-4 are sitting this side. Most of you are having the capability to sit this side because of the paucity of chairs and time. That is the thing. My humble request and suggestion to you is that please email to the institute your suggestions, what we can do, so that they can compile and consolidate. Then we will submit to Government of India. Because you see, we are talking of public sector today. Even Honorable Prime Minister spoke in Parliament that people should invest in public sector. Why? And before some years, what was talked? Disinvest, divest. Why it has changed? True value in the public sector has been realized. And same government is now talking no more divestment. I have already seen Secretary Dipam's statement in this. We are working very closely because of our work. And if you see from the beginning of the public sector, CMA were the founder of the system, of the ecosystem. 2005 onwards, CS started coming into this. Very unfortunately, some of the decision has been taken. Probably none of us CMA can become a CFO in time to come because of the shortlisting criteria. Why that kind of thing? So we can contribute by bringing what would be our contribution in the roadmap of 2047. And we can make a compendium and submit to the Government of India. And what they are going to do, leave it. Our job is to submit them. Keep following up them. And I can guarantee one day we will reach success. And that is I am sharing from my own experience, because I did not have any background when I came to IREDA as CMD. Many of my ministry and others, they were skeptical about this. Even my Honorable Minister shared with me one day. But we have proven that we can do it. So similarly, because this is a very small organization. When I talk about IREDA is very small, whereas these organizations are very huge. And it is not like bad brother or bad boy. Fossil is required again till 2047. Fossil will be requiring. When 80% energy is coming from there, you cannot do it oversight. It has to be phase manner reduced. When I said till 2030, 32 lakh crores required for renewable, around 60 gigawatt is further planned for fossil. So it is not a bad boy. It is question of compatibility with respect to time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dash. So in the interest of time, we have to go to the audience for the questions, but last question to anyone. Basically, to strengthen the CMA brand, what we need to do? If any of the speakers have any views on it, please express your views. I have some views I will also express, and thereafter, if time permits, we will go
Can
to
I
the
add a
audience.
couple of points?
Yeah, sure.
First, we have to have fair amount of awareness among our students, because they are our input. They are the future. So we have to address from grassroots level. Then instead of building cost accountant, we have to build cost account managers. So that management concept should come to our BA. Then we have to revisit our curriculum on a constant and continuous basis. We have to connect with the top-notch institutes nationally and globally, try to inculcate from them and get the input from them. And then finally, we have to take a call what we are going to incorporate in that. Then you need to focus on continuous professional development. Then coming into professional part of it, then the certification, recognition, advocacy. That we can do certification in many areas, not only cost accounting. Then recruitment partnership. See, whatever the organization, like I talked about public sector CFOs, what is the hurdle now? So we have to address that, and also we become partner with other agencies by showcasing our strength and contribution. Then only see who is going to hire you, who is going to invest in you. When they will have risk-free investment in you, then only. So to make it risk-free, you have to reduce the asymmetry in information. That means there will be fair amount of certainty if they are investing in you or if they are engaging in you. Then you have to make a wide range of product offerings. where a lot of work can be done, consulting, advisory, accounting, and already has been spoken in the era of AI and data science. Normal, routine, traditional accounting works are going to be out. So more and more digitized and system-based approach and management-oriented outlook, that is going to enable us to not only sustain and contribute and grow. Then we have to become partner with SME and micro and small enterprises, because they are the backbone of our Indian manufacturing setup and system. As I was talking during my presentation, all along we have focused on service industry. Now the focus is shifting toward manufacturing. Till 2030, we are focusing in segmental way, but 30 onwards, huge amount of investment and fair amount of focus is going to be on infrastructure development. There we can play a very key role, starting from their DPR to till end product and all. Lot of opportunity, huge opportunity. This kind of realignment only we have to make.
Thank you, Mr. Dash. Any other comments?
I think I would like to add a few lines. The most important thing now I think is that every CMA must have an entrepreneurial bent of mind. I think we should not think ourselves, as many of you have already told, that we are not just accountants. We should have an entrepreneurial bent of mind, and we should lead the organizations rather than just looking at the financials of it. And for this, you need to dissolve your box, not just think outside of it. Thank you.
So if we see in the accounts profession, the CAs have some advantage because of the training they have during the period of 3 years when they work with the practicing CAs. So when they come to the corporate world, they are already having that kind of exposure and they are able to, they are seen differently. Till in the past, basically public sector, they recruit CAs, CMA, they recruited CMAs because they have, normally the tradition is the person will join, they will retire, so they develop them. So the kind of training was there and CMAs have thrived more in public sector in a big way. And the honorable panelist, Mr. Das, has already spoken about some of the recent decisions which are going to impact the CMAs. So what I feel, some way we have to improve the quality of experience during the course content itself, so that when they are approaching the world for job or practice, they are able to do. I was talking to some of my friends in big consultancy firms, and I saw majority of them are preferring today the people taken from ISB, because ISB 1 year program is after 2 years work experience. So they say this person is ready. So similar, something we have to do in the CMA also, that when they are available for the job, they are ready with the job. So that is one thing. Second is brand building. I think brand building wise, we are a little lacking. I was just saying this 75th conference and daily media report is coming, but there is nothing coming from CMA Institute. So you have to be visible or you will be out. But word will not wait for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add something?
The minister is coming now.
Just 1 minute, can I?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Sir, I'd like to just add one point here, that one I already mentioned about the self-love, from being restless to being restful. Because sometimes we are just becoming gulam of, WhatsApp or something, ye respond karna hai, kyun karna hai? I can set my own content and in my own way. Then only bigger possibilities will happen. Then hard capital we have to develop in our team. Like creation of open houses and sharing how what you are doing. Then naturally you are getting promoted to the CXO level. Then also, maybe in morning we do some sort of a meditation or laughter yoga together. Evening we do some cleaning with them. So there is a more trust. And then you are in own way getting a leader. And also there are different kind of people when we are managing, like some are only administration type, some are only production oriented type. Production oriented type kya hote? Fish type. First in and still here. But what are you gaining out of that? Some admin type, bureaucracy, those. So we need to understand. Some are entrepreneurial, some are integrator. So we need to understand who are there in our team and how to really make a complementary team and a spirit of collaboration. Rather than, I am the boss, better you listen to me. Why somebody should listen to you? If you're adding value in their life, then only they will listen to you. So in that way, this kind of hard capital development, then creation of a balanced scorecard model for our own self also. What is my learning and growth plan, internal process, how I'm improving, then customer delight, who are my customer, how I'm improving there, then what kind of, financial outcome and intangible outcome I'm creating. When I was president of IHMR, then people used to say, कि साहब, हमें तो who are supposed to know, they know us. मैंने कहा नहीं, no. कि जंगल में मोर नाचा किसने देखा? तो भाई जो भी काम करो, बढ़िया उसको फोटो खींचो, YouTube वीडियो बनाओ, and unless you market and you say you are great, who else is going to say you the great? So I think this newfound confidence in our own self has to be there, that we are valuable. So in this way, and also making our own cash balance every day, like knowledge, attitude, skill and habit. So in this way, we can move forward. And finally, I'd like to say that, like the Buddha said, Apadipo Bhava, be a lamp to your own life. And as Bhagavad Gita says, raise yourself by yourself. There is no Kripa Kaur who is going to come and elevate you. So with this, I just conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll request Mr. Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay to propose a vote of thanks.
Namaskar. Our Honorable Minister is approaching, naturally, our time is very short. First of all, the galaxies of stars in this dais and of the dais, our past presidents, our council members, and my beloved president and vice president, along with all council members, chapters, regional council members, invitees. It's a great occasion for us to listen from this, doyen of the, I should say, the for nation's growth they have all talked about. So one assurance from our part, from the council, I can tell you, this council is working 24/7 under the leadership of our president, and we are working 15 council members from this elected council members are working for the cause of the professions. We are having many out-of-box thinking also, and you will be very happy to note this is the only institute who has come out with a infrastructure financing Gita. This is the only institute, because it is not available in this country, and you will be also very happy keeping in the digital transformations taking place, as we have already mentioned. We are the first institute who has come out with a reaching to the unreached process. We have come out with a advanced certificate course on fintech. In between, there are a lot of developments have occurred through many boards. So since the time is very short, again on behalf of the council, I convey my heartfelt thanks to you, and we hope so that we will be getting your advice whenever we require, and we will be assuring you that the institute will be coming to that stage where you are looking for. Thank you, sir.
I'd request CMA Suresh Kunjali to please felicitate CMA Dr. Pankaj Gupta. Sir, please come on stage. Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Request you all to please have a seat. We will now begin with the address by our guests. Thank you, sir. Morning. So just for your information, there's tea and coffee being served continuously just outside the hall, in case anyone is interested to pick up a cup of tea or coffee. ब्रेक नहीं था, बस मैंने बोला था चाय मिल रही है बाहर, उठ के चली।
सब लोगों को मैंने बंद अंदर करके बाहर से गेट बंद कर दिया।
अच्छा दे दीजिए आप पीछे मेरे बेचारे पेड़ का अपमान ना हो जाएगी। ठीक है
Are you leaving?
अभी तो नहीं थोड़ा रुका
हाँ, sir, we'll give it to you.
ठीक है चलेगी कीप विद मी और
Yes, you can keep it with yourself, but we'll give it in a box and.
ठीक है बॉक्स दे दीजिए।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी। So I'll request everybody to be seated. Huh? सारे लोगों को बुला लीजिए. आ रहे हैं अंदर, अब आ रहे. So please be seated. The chief guest for the day has arrived. हाँ हाँ हाँ.
Honorable Minister has joined, so kindly be seated.
So please be seated. Honorable Minister has arrived. The chief guest for the day has arrived. So please be seated. I'll request all of you to be seated. So I request all of you to be kindly seated. Minister sir, no? Yes, yes. Request all of you to be seated. We are soon going to start our next address by the guests. The chief guest for the day has already arrived. तरुण जी, पहले इनको क्या बुला लूं बैठने के लिए, फिर चीफ गेस्ट को बुलाऊं?
नहीं, हाँ सब वो खुद ही आएंगे ना डाइस पे, आपको बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है. आप सिर्फ ये बोल दीजिए, रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द डिग्निटरीज टू कम ऑन द डाइस.
में मनोज कुमार आनंद जी, ये ठीक है.
इसकी इनकी जगह इनका नाम लेंगे.
हाँ.
कर दीजिए माइक। उसके बाद फेलिसिटेशन का आपको पता है ना,
फेलिसिटेशन का इनको फेलिसिटेट करना है।
पहले इनका फेलिसिटेशन होगा,
हाँ,
उसके बाद इनका होगा,
सेकंड
फिर
और
इनका, फिर इनका होगा।
बी प्रदीप कुमार दास। फिर देन he will speak.
He will speak,
He will speak, then he will speak, then
then प्रदीप कुमार दास will speak।
हाँ,
उसके बाद फिर ये डिग्नेटरी वो अनवीलिंग ऑफ,
ये कब बोलेंगे? चीफ गेस्ट
ये
नहीं
एंड में बोलेंगे ना, तो सब कुछ करने के बाद
बोल।
पहले
अच्छा,
अनवीलिंग होगी, अनवीलिंग, उसके बाद फिर मोमेंटो, फिर मोमेंटो की लिस्ट आ गई ना आपके पास?
मोमेंटो की लिस्ट।
हाँ हाँ
हाँ,
ठीक है, यही है, तो सारे स्पीकर्स हैं, सारे अवेलेबल हैं।
हम्म। I'll request all of you to please take a seat. We now begin the session.
Request Dr. Jayanto Naik, our president. Mr. Saab, Naik Saab has very kindly consented to be with us for some time out of the parliament. Our president, vice president, kindly take seat. Kindly take seat, gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for your very kind presence on this very great occasion in the history of our professionals, cost and management accountants. Sir, our institute is head office in Calcutta, and we are having our 4 regional councils in all the 4 metro cities, Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, and Chennai, sir. I also take the pleasure to welcome Dr. Jayanto Naik, Dr. Jayanto Roy, because many Naiks are here. Naik Sahab is our president, so I, who also has taken out some time from the today's parliament session. Our president, our vice president, and our gleaming star of our professional, only CMA, Shri Pradeep Kumar Das, CMD IREDA. Sir, as I was mentioning to you that our institute is stationed in Kolkata, and we are having around 1 lakh members who are heading, some of whom are present over here, sir. They are heading the public sectors in the capacity of CMDs, Director Finance. Our presence is there in the central government also, sir. Chief Advisor Cost also has taken out time to be here with us. And many of our past presidents are here, sir, today. And they are the people, sir, among themselves who are perhaps running among lakhs of crores of GDP, sir, of the net worth of the companies they are running over here, sir. They are looking into all these areas since long, and with this qualification of cost and management accountancy, sir. I'll take out a minute to thank our special star, I will say, Mr. P.K. Das. Sir, belonging to a very small village, Ranapur. I searched him out today morning in the Jaspur district of Odisha, sir. This man is single-handedly responsible for bringing electrification in many villages in the northeastern side, sir. In 4 years period, he could bring IREDA to the national platform, sir. In 4 years, only cost accountant, sir. He could make it schedule a Navratna company, sir. They brought out a IPO which was oversubscribed by 38 times, sir. 32 rupees listing and 310 it went up to, sir. Then there are all those areas. So many firsts in his accounts, sir. The final accounts they could close in 19 days, sir. 19 days, AGMs, etc. were closed. A very big patron of our profession, sir. A hardcore cost accountant, sir. And many of our people who are sitting here, sir, they are all running the different places in different in their different capacities. Sir, we are represented by Power Grid, NTPC, their Director of Finance are there, sir. Dr. Jaishankar, he's there, sir. So many people are there, sir. I'm sorry, I'm not able to take all of their names. So we thank you, Minister, sir, for taking out your time to bless our cost accountants and bless with your presence here. Thank you very much. We understand your time is very short, sir. I'll now request our President to speak few words, and then we start the function, sir.
Thank you, Anandji. Honorable Minister Naik sir, our guest of honor Roy sir, Jayant Roy sir, and dignitary, our Vice President Prasad ji and Pradeep ji, and all my achievers, my CMA achievers. Just I will speak 2 sentences because we are running short in time. For information of representative of our nation, Honorable Minister, sir, our members, cost and management accountants here, all are taking the responsibility of nation building, representing our profession, creating value to the country, not sir profit. Our profession is a very clean profession, dedicated, and our style of working is very silent in nature. This is the first time we are getting time because our persons are so busy. Time is not permitting to create our relation, and we are not able to know each other also. This is the first opportunity and beginning. Purpose of this gathering only to create our synergy, get some information to fulfill the objective of Government of India, Viksit Bharat 2047. We cannot project to 47 because we may not be here, but we are projecting repositioning 2047. Now we are projecting our vision statement or vision paper we are going to prepare to 2030, for which we need the help of our achievers. Their inputs will be very valuable. Without their input, their interference, we cannot prepare our vision document. Thank you, sir. I am not taking much time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, sir. May I re-request our Das Sahab to speak few words on this occasion and about the presentation, very detailed presentation you have made just for the benefit of Honorable Minister and Honorable MP. Mr. Das.
Namaskar. It's an honor and privilege to be here along with my minister. So I can tell my limited experience with him since the new government came in, and he's having Minister of State for Renewable and Power both. And what I have experienced, apart from a minister, he's an excellent human being. So probably most appropriate person to be the chief guest and to guide us and to take our input and all. And again, it's my privilege to have opportunity to speak in Bengali with Dr. Roy, Honorable MP. So he was surprised that I can speak good Bengali. Sir, I can speak 6 languages fluently. So he asked me, where from you are? I said, from Bharat. So born in so-and-so state, brought up in so-and-so states and speak so many languages, then you are right. You are from Bharat. We are today living, because when we talk about Vasudhaivam Kutumbakam, we are teaching to the whole world that we all are one family. So this is again a huge privilege to be here with you. And President Naik Sahab, Vice President and Central Council Member Anandji. First of all, sir, this is a historic moment for our institute. First time since 1949, we are having this kind of meet, achievers meet. So in the historic day, we are eager to listen you and to take recognition from you. That is our year. First of all, we should be ever grateful to him. Despite being Parliament in session, he could come in time. He said 12:20, 12:20, 25 he was here. So because all our members at times become very critical because I am very particular about to start the program in time. And so last, since our inception of the institute to till date, our contribution to the economy, to the government, to the society has been not noticed the way it has to be noticed, the way IREDA was unnoticed for 33 years or 35 years. The way Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is not noticed since decades. But the ministry's name is new and renewable. So new means emerging. When you do something new, I was talking in my first program, it will take quite a long time. But when you create, everybody will come and participate. That is what are the uniqueness of our ministry. So therefore, our ministry's contribution is also not that well recognized the way it is to be. But today, since we are leading the world in renewable, our ministry is getting proper recognition. Since we are the largest non-banking finance company and pure green finance company and created havoc in stock market in last 1 year, so we are also getting the recognition now. Sir, our profession is more towards cost and management and reporting and governance. Today, the whole world is talking about governance, and RBI's governor, RBI, Reserve Bank of India's governor, consecutively for 2 years was given Best Governor Award for his best governance. What else we can tell? Many front India is leading in world now. So today I will not take much time because we are 1 lakh qualified, only 4,500 practicing members. Whereas you will have other profession, practicing members are more. That means our profession, our professionals, our members decided to serve the nation through their service by becoming an employee of an organization largely in public sector. When we join public sector, primarily some corner of our mind, we look into focusing into some kind of direct contribution being part of the government organization. So public sector is there since 1954 onwards. There was a time, because of the dismal performance in public sector, again, I will not agree it was dismal. If you look at only profitability term, it was dismal, but in value addition terms, it was quite good. So therefore, now again, the scene has changed. None other than Honorable Prime Minister in the Parliament spoke about investing in public sector. That means public sector has potential, public sector has competency and capability when he is asking others to invest in it. Sir, we have tremendous potential. We need to realign our thought, approach and competencies so that we can fairly align with Government of India's vision or mandate in contributing towards reaching Viksit Bharat by 2047. In the morning, I had given a presentation where in all the sectors, broadly what are the scopes available in that, and what kind of opportunity, be it accountancy, be it technology, be it consulting, be it preparing the project reports, be it skilling, training, retraining, etc. In all the area, we have the skill set, and we have also taken a resolution today that will continuously create fair amount of awareness among our students and create fair amount of awareness in the market, that is called brand building. And we will continuously focus on improvising our syllabus, curriculums, and bring in much more practical oriented approach, that is training. Some of our senior members spoken. How it is ISB, despite having 1 year course, they are outperforming 2 years of top-notch institute in India in management. Because the prerequisite of that 1 year course is 2 years of working experience. So therefore, practical experience, blending the practical experience through various trainings and designing a updated curriculum and syllabus that will help us to contribute faster. Sir, I will not take much time because your time is very short. Again, you have to reach to the Parliament. Session is on. I'll thank you again, once again, for agreeing to us. within a very short span of time, hardly 3-4 days back we met him, and he immediately confirmed, and he confirmed the timing also. And he's having a huge ministry, because Ministry of MNRE may be small, but Ministry of Power is quite huge. So a lot of questions and other things are expected in the Parliament. So again, you have to reach back, and he has to reach back by 2, and which includes the lunch time also. So I'll not take much time. Thank you for coming here, sir.
Thank you, Dasa, for your very motivating words and giving Minister the flavor of our profession and how and what we are doing. I remember that Minister Saab had very kindly agreed, and he was here on time basically. We thank you for the same thing. Sir, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs also wanted to be here on this occasion. But there is a Prime Minister internship program, and she has been called in a meeting in PMI. So she will be joining us at 3 o'clock. We were also to be joined by Mr. Tejasvi Surya, but he had some, I understand, some engagement in Bengaluru only. So he is also not there. Instead, we are also blessed to have Dr. Jayanto Roy with us, basically. So I'll request Dr. Jayanto Roy to speak few words on this occasion. Mr. Roy.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak few words before you. बोलना चाहता था कुछ ज़्यादा ही, लेकिन but there is a time constraint, so I'll not speak very much in details. I'll mention few points which came to my mind. Respected dignitaries, esteemed members of ICMAI, and distinguished guests, I am deeply honored to be part of this esteemed gathering as we explore the transformative potential of cost and management accountants in shaping India's economic and industrial future under the scheme of Vision 2030. Under the decisive leadership of the central government, India's economy has scaled new heights, setting benchmarks globally. India remains one of the fastest growing economies with a real GDP growth rate of 6.7% in first quarter of financial year 2024-25, which is 6.7%, underpinned by robust private consumption of 7.4% growth and gross fixed capital formation with 7.5% growth. In the secondary sector, including manufacturing and construction, grew at an impressive of 8.4% in first quarter during financial year 2024-25, reflecting industrial resurgence. The fiscal deficit is expected to remain below 4.9% of the GDP, signaling a steady path of fiscal consolidation. India is now the fifth largest economy globally, with aspirations to surpass Germany and Japan by 2030. But these outcomes actually reflect government's focus on structural reforms and investments in key sectors like renewable energy, digital transformation, and infrastructure. GST, with GST revenues reaching record high of 1.87 lakh crore in April 2024. And the PLI scheme is expected to generate rupees 2 lakh crore of production annually by 2025. And India has become the world's leader in digital payments, with UPI transaction of exceeding 15 lakh crore per month in 2024, fostering greater financial inclusion. In this vital moment, there must be some strategic importance regarding CMAs. CMAs are vital in aligning organization goals with national priorities through data-driven decision making. Government's future focus is to encourage CMAs to lead in areas like sustainability, financial innovation, and policy advising, making them integral to Vision India at the rate 2047. The government envisions India as a 10 trillion economy by 2047. This aspiration is aligned with ICMAI's vision of 2030. Regarding empowering of CMA, cost and management accountants must play a vital role in driving corporate governance, sustainability, and strategic decision making within this framework. The CMA profession is at the cusp of a transformational journey. I urge every member to harness data analytics, embrace sustainability, and collaborate with industries to create innovative solutions that propel India's economic growth. Let us all strive toward an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable India, making Vision India at the rate 2047 a reality. Together, we can shape a future where India is not just an economic powerhouse, but also a leader in governance, innovation, and in equity. Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
I'll now request our President, Shri Vibhuti Bhushan Nayak, to felicitate Sir for joining us. Shri Shripad Yeso Nayak, Honorable Union Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy. I'll now request CMA TCS Srinivas Prasad, our Vice President, to felicitate Dr. Jayanta Kumar Roy. Up.
पेपर्स कुछ रह गए हैं.
I'll now request CMA Manoj Kumar Anand, Council Member, to felicitate CMA Pradeep Kumar Das. I'll now request Honorable Minister Shri Shripad Yeso Naik to unveil the commemorative book on CMAs. Names.
So this is an ongoing exercise. Every year we will be adding it, and this is going to be a permanent feature, because every year some people retire and some people new will be joining. It's an ongoing exercise.
We'll now be presenting mementos and certificates to the achievers. So, yes. We'll request Shri Shripad Yeso Naik to present the mementos and certificates to the achievers. I'll be taking the name of the achievers. Please come up on stage and take your certificate and memento. CMA Dr. Pankaj Gupta. CMA Dr. Pankaj Gupta. CMA Pradeep Kumar Das. CMA Aseem Kumar Mukhopadhyay. CMA Mukesh Agrawal.
डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस कोल इंडिया अच्छा बताइए जगह का बताइए 100,000 crores of huge people फाइनेंस कोल इंडिया
CMA Anupam Agrawal, Director Finance, ONGC Videsh Limited. Okay.
ONGC विदेश से कोई और है he has left because of
CMA Santosh Sharma, Head Business Planning and Stakeholder Management. CMA Dr. Paritosh Basu, Senior Director, Strategy Consulting Private Limited.
he's here
CMA Vikas Prasad, President and Group CFO, Olam Agri, Dubai. CMA Vikas Prasad, President and Group CFO, Olam Agri, Dubai. CMA Ramesh Kailasam, President and CEO, India Tech Org. CMA Ramesh Kailasam. CMA Dr. Sanjoy Sen, Global Head Research and Eminence, Deloitte LLP UK. CMA Dr. Sanjoy Sen.
Dr. Sanjoy Sen is Deloitte from UK.
Yeah, so my journey was the longest, I think.
CMA Debashish Sanyal, Advisor to Chairman, Great Lakes Institute of Management. CMA Debashish Sanyal. CMA Gagan Bihari Swain, Director Finance, Odisha Power Generation Corporation Limited. CMA Gagan Bihari. CMA Debashish Sanyal, Advisor to Chairman, Great Lakes Institute of Management. CMA Baidyanath Maharana, Director Finance. CMA Gagan Bihari Swain, Director Finance, Odisha Power. Swain.
Vigyan Bihari Swain, Odisha Power, विजय मोहंती
इसमें नहीं
विजय मोहंती नवरत्न गुप्ता लिखा था विजय मोहंती नवरत्न गुप्ता
सर वो रखा नहीं
कोई बात नहीं ऐसे कर देंगे ना ऐसे कागज दे देंगे
CMA Rajiv Mehrotra, former CMD, Rights India Limited. CMA Rajiv Mehrotra.
मंत्री का जरूर बोलना, नहीं तो खा जाएगा मुझे, इसके बाद में बोल दो विजय मोहंती।
CMA Anjeev Jain, Director Finance, NBCC Limited. CMA Anjeev Jain.
Congrats, sir. What a pleasant surprise. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you.
Sir, are you here? CMA Anjeev Jain. CMA Vigyan Mohanty. Director Finance, IRIDA. CMA Hiranand, Director Finance, National Fertilizers Limited. CMA Hiranand sir is there? Anybody from the organization, National Fertilizers Limited? CMA Prasanna Kumar Acharya, Director Finance, NLC Limited.
G. Ravishankar, Power Grid. G. Ravishankar.
लिखा हुआ है
कोई भी दे दो, कोई
है।
जी रविशंकर,
है
जी रविशंकर।
CMA Dinesh Kumar Saraf, former CMD, ONGC Limited.
छोड़ दीजिए, छोड़ दीजिए,
CMA Anjani Kumar Tiwari, former Director Finance, GAIL.
छोड़ दीजिए, नहीं है तो विमी बजाज।
CMA Vimi Bajaj, CFO Bajaj Sons. CMA G. Ravishankar, Director Finance. Sorry.
She is a woman entrepreneur in Punjab.
CMA Vimi Bajaj, CFO Bajaj Sons.
Lead to a huge
CMA G. Ravishankar, Director Finance. CMA G. Ravishankar, Director Finance. PGCIL. That is it.
एक चीफ एडवाइजर कॉस्ट बोल दो उसका,
पवन
पवन कुमार, पवन कुमार।
CMA Pavan Kumar, Chief Advisor Cost. Yes, yes, that's it.
बता दीजिए कि मंत्री जी ने जाना है इसलिए।
Yes, उनको वो देंगे ना speech.
Because minister has to go, so we are
Yes.
closing it now.
The rest of the awards will be given in the second session, since Shripad Yeso Nayak has limited time.
It was given by Secretary MC.
The rest of the awards will be given by Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. I now request Honorable Minister Shripad Yeso Nayak to say a few words for us. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you.
Namaskar, dignitaries on dais for today's function. CMA Vibhuti Bhushan Nayak ji, President of Institute of Cost Accountant of India. CMA Sri Pradeep Kumar Das ji, Chairman and Managing Director, IRIDA. Sri Manoj Kumar Anand ji, Member of Council. CMA Srinivas Prasad ji, Vice President of CMA. Distinguished Member of Councils, esteemed CMA achievers, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is a matter of joy for me to join you all today at the CMA Achievers Meet, distinguished gathering of professionals and achievers organized by the ICMI and Institute of Cost Accountant of India. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all of you, all the CMA's professionals and achievers who have demonstrated remarkable excellence in their respective fields. Sri P.K. Das, present here, and because of him, I got this opportunity to come here, address to you and meet and greet to you. Who is your young fellow CMA, is doing commendable job as a CMD of IRIDA, a PSU under my ministry. This event signifies more than just honoring accomplishments. It showcases the vital role played by the cost and management accountant in building the robust and competitive economy. As India strives to become a $5 trillion economy, the role of CMAs extends beyond mere financial reporting. Your work contributes directly to achieving the fiscal prudence, enhancing the competitiveness, and aligning industries with global best practices. The role of cost management accountants is pivotal in the growth and progress of our nation. CMAs are the backbone of the financial discipline and economic governance, ensuring that the businesses function efficiently and sustainably. In today's fast evolving economic landscape, where India is on of the ambitious journey to become a $5 trillion economy, CMAs have a critical responsibility in driving cost optimization, resources management, and financial integrity. The vision of Viksit Bharat at the rate of 2047 represents India of prosperity and abundance. It signifies a vision for a thriving and economically vibrant India. India's aspiration to become a developed country is an ambitious and challenging goal. The catalyst for achieving this goal requires innovative strategies, tools, and capabilities. The CMA symbolize the strategic instrument and tools ideally positioned to provide the competitive edge and effectiveness to the organization. Incorporating CMAs and their skill set into the vision of India at the rate of 2047 can help the stakeholders take data-driven decisions, allocate resources efficiently and optimally, and implement the policies effectively. CMAs play a vital role in optimizing the financial and economic outcomes in line with the overarching the goal of inclusive development, reaching the last mile infrastructure development, unleashing the potential, green growth, empowering youth and strengthening the financial sector. CMA competencies represents a key skill that CMAs might need in order to contribute significantly to the Vision India at the rate of 2047. In a rapidly growing economy like India, where we aim to become the third largest economy in the world, the expertise of CMAs is indispensable. You are the custodians of financial discipline, cost optimization, and the resource management, elements critical for ensuring the economic and operational efficiency of business. India is on great infrastructure growth. Your role becomes more crucial in simplification and standardization of the existing policies and providing benchmarking for comparisons. This will help the optimizing of scarce budgetary resources and in prioritization of the fund. Today's meet celebrates not just professional excellence, but also leadership and innovation. Each of the achievers being recognized here today represent the best of talent, perseverance, and commitment. You are the role model for the aspiring CMAs and leaders who will steer India's economic resurgence in years to come. In essence, the theme of this meet underscores the repositioning of the ICMI and CMAs from reporters of the cost data to dynamic decision maker and strategies within the organization. It highlights your ability to provide the valuable insight that would drive sustainable growth and efficiency. I take this opportunity to commend the Institute of Cost Accountant of India for its relentless effort in empowering the professionals and contributing to the national development. For over 8 decades, the Institute has produced a professional who have been instrumental in driving organizational efficiency, supporting the government reforms, and ensuring the fiscal discipline across the sector. I congratulate the Institute once again for organizing this event and applaud all the achievers for their outstanding contribution. India is at the cusp of unprecedented growth, and as a CMA, your role will be of paramount importance in shaping a self-reliant and sustainable economy. Let us all work together to achieve the vision of our Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, to make India as a developed nation by 100 years of its independence and realize his Viksit Bharat at the rate of 2047 vision. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful message for the Institute and its members. I now request Vice President, sir, CMA TCS Srinivas Prasad, for a vote of thanks for this session.
Honorable Mantri ji, Honorable MP ji, our Honorable President, respected Das Saab, and our council colleague Mr. Anand, other council colleagues and the achievers and icons of our profession and guests, good afternoon. It's really an honor to be here to do the pleasant task of giving thanks to people who made this session successful. So the first and foremost, our gratitude goes to मंत्री साहब. सर थैंक यू वेरी मच. आप आपका मूल्य समय लिए हैं, इधर आए हैं, हमारा साथ थे. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. एंड डॉक्टर रॉय साहब, आप भी आए हैं इधर, हम लोगों का आशीर्वचन दिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक्स अ लॉट. It was always a beautiful thing to listen to Das Saab. So he is here with us. So thank you for setting the tone for the whole day. Thank you very much. President Saab, Anand Saab, who made this really the whole thing is, we made this first time in the history, as people were telling. I think that goes to our president. Thank you very much, sir, Anand. And thanks to everybody, the media and all achievers, and because of you people, this program is being held. And all the organizers and people who have been working quite some time to make this a very meaningful function, and all chapter representatives, region representatives, thanks a lot. Once again, very big thanks to all of you. Jai Hind.
Sir, there are two more wards. I am very sorry for this. We are having Mr. Sanjay Jindal, Director Finance, EIL, Mr. Ashish Bhattacharya.
So please come up on stage.
They want to have it from your hands, sir.
Shri Sanjay Jindal, Director Finance, EIL.
Mr. Sahu, Shrikant Sahu. And Navratan Gupta. Ashish Gupta. Mr. Gupta. Sorry for this trouble, sir.
Dr. Ashish Bhattacharya.
President, sir. वो इशू नहीं हो पाएगा सर, ठीक है.
विनोद क्या है? बाफना.
ये कर लीजिए जायसवाल, एसके जायसवाल.
ये कहाँ ये
इशू नहीं हो पाएगा पीछे से.
वो कर दीजिए आप दोनों. ये वो मना
दोनों का विनोद वर्मा जी, विनोद वर्मा जी, एसके जायसवाल. विनोद वर्मा.
श्री विनोद बाफना.
विनोद वर्मा जी, एसके जायसवाल.
Shri S.K. Jaiswal. Please come up on stage. S.K. Jaiswal. Shrikant. Shri Shrikant. So very sorry for this last minute trouble.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
So we will all break for lunch now and catch up again at 2:30 for Manthan 2. Thank you.
वैल्यू नीचे कर देता हूँ.
afternoon, everyone. We are going to start our second session, Manthan 2. Everyone, please join. I request everyone to kindly join for our second session, Manthan 2. Yeah, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the CMA Achievers Meet Vision 2030. I extend my heartfelt welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your august presence today. So we had a great session in our previous session, Manthan 1, CMAs in Nation Building, wherein the eminent speakers discussed about the role of CMAs in nation building. Now, we move on to our next session, that is Manthan 2, and the theme for the Manthan 2 is repositioning the CMA's global perspective. So now may I request the dignitaries to please come on the dais and take your seats. I would request CMA Debashish Sanyal, Advisor to Chairman, Great Lakes Institute of Management, to kindly come on the dais. CMA Vikas Prasad, President and Group CFO, Olam Agri, Dubai. CMA Dr. Sanjay Sen, Global Head Research and Eminence, Deloitte, LLP, UK. CMA Ramesh Kailasam, President and CEO, IndiaTech.org. CMA Gagan Bihari Swain, Director Finance, Odisha Power Generation Corporation Limited. CMA Badnath Maharana, Director Finance, Northeastern Electric Power Corporation Limited. Welcome to the session, sir. Yeah, and our moderator, CMA Dr. Paritosh Basu, Senior Director Services, Strategy Consulting Private Limited. Thanks to all the dignitaries for joining with us. Okay. So, as a token of respect, I would request the council members of the institute to felicitate the dignitaries on the dais with plant and Angavastra. So, I request CMA Abhijit Goswami, sir, council member, to felicitate Dr. Paritosh Basu, Senior Director Services, Strategy Consulting Private Limited. Oh. Welcome. Dada, you come. May I now request CMA Rajender Singh Bhati, Council Member, to felicitate CMA Vikas Prasad, President and CFO, Group CFO, Olam Agri, Dubai. Thank you, sir. Now I request CMA Vinay Ranjan, Council Member, to felicitate CMA Dr. Sanjay Sen, Global Head Research and Eminence, Deloitte LLP UK. Sir, please wait. Now, I would again request CMA Vinay Ranjan, Council Member, to felicitate CMA Debashish Sanyal, Advisor to Chairman, Great Lakes Institute of Management. Please put your hands together. Thank you. Now I request, thank you, sir. Now I request CMA Suresh Gunjali, sir, to felicitate CMA Gagan Bihari Swain, Director Finance, Odisha Power Generation Corporation Limited. अब तो हो गया सर. May I now request Dr. AVSN Murthy, Council Member, to felicitate CMA Badnath Maharana, Director Finance, Northeastern Electric Power Corporation Limited.
You'll be concluding.
Thank you, sir.
You can interchange.
Thanks to all the council members for felicitating our panelists of this session.
That I'll miss you with the
Now, I would request CMA Dr. Paritosh Basu, Senior Director Services, Stagility Consulting Private Limited, who is the moderator of this session, to kindly take it forward.
Thank you.
Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you all, CMAs. That's right. Okay. Thank you. I think the stage for this session has already been set in various deliberations of the pre-launch sessions. And in this session, we are trying to get into the area where our CMAs can get into the global stage of serving not only the country but also to the world. As you know, almost all the major organizations engaged in academic activities are, in today's context, trying to create globally oriented, socially responsible professionals equipped with lots of application-oriented skills. And I believe that Institute of Cost Accountants of India is equally well placed like any other tier 1 management schools of the country for take up that task. And our panel members will definitely set the task orientations for the institute to get into that. I, as a moderator, will be asking them questions in 3 rounds, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 2 minutes. And our members will definitely keep their times as we think about, as I know that 90 minutes have been allocated for this session. At the beginning, I'll just say a couple of bullet points, and I don't want to mess around with those points so that all of you can try to accept what we'll be talking about. And those bullet points would be from the perspective of CMA professionals in industry and practice, and also from the perspective of students. I don't want to mess around with those points. That's why I would like to read it out so that the points gets well registered. Our job from the perspective of CMA members is to meet all the IFAC's prescribed obligation in the context of complying with the requirements of international education standards, which we have done quite a lot and we will be doing more, and also compliance of IFAC's Code of Ethics and Code of Independent Standards. Our second job would be to collaborate with CMA and accounting institutions of the world so that we can get course exemption for our members, and the members can also qualify for the foreign organizations programs. Advocacy, I repeat, advocacy for recognition of global regulators so that our CMAs can get recognition for contributing to the world programs and world research assignments, etc., which are initiated by multilateral agencies and various global groups like G7, G20, etc. We should be able to conduct a lot of more global summits, etc., to create a global network and adopt global best practices and expose our CMAs for that. Our objective would be to also publish research-based papers on contemporary global importance. In this task, my request would be to prepare those research-based papers not only from Indian perspective, but also from global perspective, starting with SAARC countries. Our members should be able to drive proficiency with data-driven management of business and data-driven strategy formulation. Towards that directive, they should be able to pick up advanced digital tools, and institute should be instrumental for doing that. And finally, our institute should try and work towards creating more and more global mindsets. I repeat, global mindsets for encouraging our members in practice to adopt the best-in-class and next-in-class professional practices and professional systems and processes while doing management accounting, auditing, costing, and consulting services. From the student's perspective, the first should be that institute, and I repeat and I request institute council members to kindly note this point, we should be able to arrange global internship programs with not only multinational companies in India and transnational companies in India, but also overseas countries. Like members in overseas countries, because Prasadji is here, you can get our students there for their industrial training purposes. We should be, today is a world of micro-specialized education. Our CMAs should not finish their education at the end of the CMA qualification. They should be compulsorily driven to get into micro studies for advanced programs conducted by the institute, and that should be perhaps a condition for renewing the at least FCMA membership. Of course, I'm suggesting this, I do not know whether it will be liked or not liked, but the world today is a world of knowledge. Finally, we should be able to adopt real-life global case studies. I repeat, real-life global case studies to expose our students and members to the global problems so that we develop a global orientation and global mindset. And last but not the least, we arrange a lot of guest lectures by Indian members of the industry, captains of the industry. My suggestions would be to also bring in global leaders in both CMA and non-CMA practice in industries. They should be addressing our students, which should be attended by both CMA members and CMA students. With these few words, I will now request Dr. Sanyal to kindly reflect on the viewpoints which you mentioned and share your views and thoughts for creating a global arena for CMA students and members.
Thank you, Professor Basu. The respected chairman of the session, Professor Vigyan Basu, esteemed other colleagues in the dais, president of the institute, my fellow CMAs. It's a big privilege, it's a really proud privilege for me to be invited to this important panel. Why I say important? The topic itself is repositioning the CMA global perspective. This topic, taking up this topic for discussion, shows two things. The council of today is not only concerned, but they're open to adopt new practices. They've understood the practice which you're doing needs a relook. And so I have to congratulate the council and the leadership of ICMA today to taking up this very important topic, because we know where we are and what we have to do. Now, the topic has two important facets. One is repositioning the CMA and other is global perspective. So I will first dwell upon the global perspective of it. What's the global perspective today? If we see it is technology driven. We all know it is technology driven. Digital transformation is there. So businesses are integrating technology like AI, ML, blockchain, IoT into their process. And with integrating this, there is a cyber problem also. So cyber security problem is there. And with that, you see a lot of automation is also happening. Robotics is taking up various jobs. And today's world is data-driven decision world. So technology advancement is we cannot ignore. No CMA can ignore today. Have to take into consideration. Second, which Professor Basu has also dwelled upon, is globalization and connectivity. It's very important. I think it's very important, more than important than anything else. So we have to develop opportunities for our CMAs and our practicing people for cross-border opportunity. Of course, this will bring a lot of global risk, because there will be trade policies which will keep on changing. Like Trump is coming, we know what is going to happen. We are not sure what is going to happen. How to get ready for that new scenario that is coming up. And cultural diversity. The cultural diversity is a big important point, because companies must adapt policies of other countries, diverse customers, and proficiency and workplace activity. Third, and very critical, I would say, double emphasis, is sustainability and ESG priorities. Environment, we cannot ignore environment anymore. Government, companies, consumers, everyone wants every company and every individual to be concerned about ESG. And we have to know the impact, social impact of it. And transparent and corporate governance is going to pay premium. And we can see how share price fluctuates if the corporate governance, if the governance pattern is not good. Another important thing which I want to emphasize, changing culture of workplace. Now the new breed of people, of students who are graduating, they are used to hybrid or work from home culture. Most of them prefer what is called a gig economy people. They want to work on their own, they don't want their boss, and they're happy doing freelancing. And also, this brings into the situation is that the workforce today, our juniors, and even juniors to them, new, all need skilling and reskilling. Whether we are good enough to reciprocate to the requirements, I'm not sure all of us are not. Then comes consumer behavior. Consumer today is totally different. And we have to understand whether it's my customer, this corporate, to whom I'm catering, or the end customer, they want personalized service. And they're absolutely fine working in a digital space, and they want ethical practice to be followed. So that's very important. And another important point on this, as we move, is innovation. You see the startups, the unicorn, industry convergence. People from technology going to healthcare. What happened to Apple? The technology-driven company is now on to health, big time into health. IBM, big time into health. So open innovation has become an order of the day. And economy and regulatory challenges, we have to know. Our CMA has to know how to respond to their clients on the various economic and regulatory changes that is happening. So thus, emphasis on stakeholders' value has become very critical, and companies are moving beyond profit to consider broader stakeholder interest, including employee, community, and the environment. The various business landscapes that I've narrated needs a relook at what we are doing and what we have to do. To reposition itself in a global arena, ICMA India must adopt, and that's why this session is, they would like to adopt. That's why they have taken this session, would like to adopt a strategic approach that aligns with global trends and enhance the relevance of the profession. The first suggestion is that what ICMA should do, I have got a separate call on that, and I'll come broadly, I'm speaking now, is to align curriculum with global standards. Some of the things which Professor Basu said about standards, we have done a lot of work over there, but on ESG and sustainability we need to work, on digital proficiency, whether our curriculum is good enough on ESG and sustainability, digital proficiency, I'm not very sure. I had a look at the curriculum, but I didn't find too much emphasis on that. Focus on digital transformation. This is very important. We have done something on SAP, but that I don't think is enough. The world has moved to a platform. If you just open ChatGPT and you write, take a company, and you write, please analyze me, and tell me what is the future, they'll do it in a few seconds. That's where we are. What we are to be proud of, it happens in a few seconds. So AI and automation, education on that has become very, very critical.
So, Dr. Sandal will come back to you again in the second round.
Okay.
I will now come to CMA Bikash Prasad. CMA Prasad, you have worked for decades now in the global environment, and you are very successful CMA. Would you like to share with us how our CMAs, I understand a lot of CMAs and CAs are working in most of that area, how they are regarded in terms of their proficiency, skill, application orientation. Frankly, share with us what are the gaps you have observed and how the gaps are to be filled up.
Thanks, Mr. Basu, for the question. Thanks, Mr. Basu, for the question. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable President, Vice President, M.K. Anandji, other Central Council member, for organizing such a lovely event today to get all of us together in this room and know each other. Yesterday, our President Sir was saying that it's about knowing the members in the family. So we truly feel blessed to be part of this event today. Second is about the topic about how we reposition ICMA in a global perspective. And fortunately or coincidentally, 21 out of 26 years that I have worked for, it has been in overseas postings. So I've worked in 7 countries in the last 21 years, I have traveled to over 60 countries for business. So I have seen the global environment very closely and have my own first-hand experience. What I feel is that when it comes to recruitment, our qualification is considered at a par. I have never seen that CMA members are considered differently compared to, say, ACCA member or CMA US or CMA London or CA India. When the recruitment happens, it happens at par. The equal opportunities are given to the CMA members. In terms of the hard skills that the CMA members possess, it's very comparable to members from other organizations, other institutions. The performance level that I see when they join a multinational company, the CMA members, I feel that they do better than members from other organizations.
Oh.
Because the CMAs have a hunger, because they have grown in this Indian environment. And this, with the comparison between CMA and other institute, the branding that the other institutions command, I feel that every CMA has a hunger inside. So when they get a good opportunity, good role in a good company, they make it a point to prove that they are no less than any other institutions. So I've seen that the success rate of the CMAs when they get into a good company in a good role is superior. I joined this company 20 years ago. I joined as a finance controller in one of the countries, and few years down the line, I raised the rank, and today I'm the group CFO for Olam Agri. Olam Agri, if you don't know, it's a group listed and headquartered in Singapore, and majority held by Sovereign Fund of Singapore government, Temasek Investments. We are present in 70 plus countries. We are a Fortune 500 companies, and our global turnover is in excess of $40 billion US, and head count of 100,000 people. I had a team of 1,500 finance professionals all over the world. So when it comes to recruitment, when we have to recruit, we never differentiate between a CMA or non-CMA. So I think in terms of all that, CMA ticks all the boxes.
Oh, good.
Yeah. 2-3 trends that I'm seeing where the CMAs are getting into globally. One is clearly the FP&A. FP&A is a role because of the financial planning, analysis, budgeting, which has been the core of the CMAs, which you used to call it earlier management accounting, right? That has become our FP&A now. And FP&A, because of having the group level understanding of the numbers, of the data, and today, as you said, that it's all data-driven strategy, data-driven decision making. So FP&A has an opportunity to participate in most of the discussion. And today, FP&A head is considered as one of the successors of a CFO. The recent example is Tesla, where the FP&A head has become the group CFO of Tesla. And this trend I'm seeing in many of the organizations. So we have a natural advantage to succeed or to become a CFO. So I think each of us should take a pride in terms of what we have learned from our institute, and there are immense opportunities. When it comes to certain gaps, yes, as similar to other organizations, we also will have some improvement areas. We also will have some gaps. One of the gaps probably if I have to highlight, I will say is that we have an excellent product. The CMA is an excellent product, but not known to the consumers outside of India. So how do we make the product more known, visible, marketable outside of the country? So here comes like some of the arrangements with the international institutions. Here comes some of the global branding we can do. What I have observed and seen in some of the countries that institutions have a full-time dedicated managers who are promoting the profession. We have seen in Dubai, in Singapore, and other countries, they are promoting the profession. They full-time, they help the members and the institutions. But again, coming back to the CMA, what CMA can do, I've worked in various countries. I have got the best CFO award in South Africa. I've got the best CFO award in Dubai. I got the commercial leader of the award in Singapore. I got the best CFO award in Ghana and some other countries. So I can see probably that CMAs are, at an age when it comes to the competencies and the hard skills.
Very, very encouraging to note. I think the Compere has an announcement to make.
Yeah, actually, our Honorable Secretary MCA, Miss Madam Deepti Gaur Mukherjee has arrived, so we'll have to postpone this session for just 40 minutes because she is here for 40 minutes only. So after that, we can continue with this session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll reconvene.
Yeah, sir, sure.
Keep all these things over here. I think better to take
Wait, sir, 2 minutes. Then we can. रख दीजिए, क्या रख दीजिए। Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Honorable Madam Deepti Gaur Mukherjee, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Welcome, ma'am. Now, I would request the dignitaries to kindly come on the dais. CMA M.K. Anand, Chairman, CMA Achievers Meet. CMA Vibhuti Bhushan Nayak, President of the Institute. CMA TCA Srinivasa Prasad Sir, ICMAI, Vice President of the Institute. CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati, Convener CMA Achievers Meet. CMA Dr. D.P. Nandi, Secretary Officiating of the Institute. Now I request CMA MK Anand, Chairman CMA Achievers Meet, for his address.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Honorable Chief Guest of the session, Honorable Madam Mukherjee, Secretary MCA, our government nominee as well as Joint Secretary, Department of Company Affairs, Dhariwal Sahab, our President, Shri Nayak, Vice President, my colleague Bhattiji, Secretary to the Institute, Dr. Nandi. This is a great day for us that ma'am has spared some of her, I will say, minutes from her extremely busy schedule today, despite being a parliament session and despite being very heavy in the office, to come and bless the institute's this ongoing endeavor of recognizing the achievers. Ma'am, for your information, in the gathering here, we are having some huge people sitting who are dealing with lakhs of crores of, they are contributing in the GDP as well. We have CMD IREDA, Mr. P.K. Das is there, ma'am. Director, Coal India, Director Finance was here, Mr. M.K. Agarwal, then Power Grid, NTPC, Rights and NBCC, all these people are there, ma'am. Our membership is around 1 lakh members. But the practicing members are very less, ma'am. So traditionally, our institute, majority of the people went into the service side. So service side, they were in the private sector as well as in the public sectors. And then ultimately, they developed into those public sector areas and they contributed with all their might into that. Some of our colleagues went into, some of our cost accountants went into the government services, ma'am. I have two distinguished my colleagues here, Mr. D.C. Bajaj, he is earlier Chief Advisor Cost with the Indian Cost Account Service, Ministry of Finance, and Mrs. Aruna Sethi, both are there, ma'am. And our present Chief Advisor Cost is also a cost accountant, Mr. Pawan Kumar. He was here but then had to rush back. And also, ma'am, we are having the people in private partnerships and in private sites. Few of our members like Mr. Vikas Prasad is here. He is OLM Agri in Dubai and handling a huge around 15 billion, 25 billion US dollars basically, ma'am. So this small gathering or what we have thought that we will be enlightening our younger members that how the seniors and where they have reached basically up to what levels we have reached. We are also heavily, not heavily, but we are also dominated by some, by women also over here. Ms. Das is there, Sanjali Das, she is the Vice President, Services in GST, ma'am. And a few other colleagues are there. Pomila Jaspal, she is ex-Director Finance, ONGC, ma'am. And these type of people are here, ma'am. So, you being the custodian of the institute, ma'am, you are the regulator and you direct us with all our endeavors, and we really look forward to your guidance and we really look upon the support what the government has been providing to us over a period of time by way of the cost audit, which is under Section 148 in the Companies Act. So few of our report implementation is pending with the department, ma'am, that we will be discussing a little later on, ma'am. So once again, I really thank for your very kind presence, ma'am, in this auspicious gathering for my members over here, and we are all very thrilled and very motivated by your kind presence over here. I am also very thankful to Dhariwal Sahab for taking over his time and be with us at this juncture. Dhariwal Sahab has been the government nominee from the government side, man, on our council, and always encouraging us and always guiding us with his real piece of gems of wisdom, I will say, and always treat us with a good hot kahwa whenever we go to his office. Thank you very much, sir, for also coming to us, sir. So once again, I really thank both of our both our VIPs over here with the. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging words. Now I request CMA Vibhuti Bhushan Nayak, President of the Institute, to felicitate our guest of honor, Madam Deepti Gaur Mukherjee, IAS Secretary, Ministry of the Corporate Affairs. We welcome you, ma'am. Now I request CMA M.K. Anand, Chairman, CMA Achievers Meet, to kindly felicitate Shri Inderdeep Singh Dhariwal, Joint Secretary, MCA and Government Nominee of the Institute. Okay.
Anand sir, President.
दोनों मिलके
इनके लिए 2 लोग लगेंगे. It's a pleasure, sir. You have always been very, very guiding, sir. Thank you very much for it.
Now I request CMA Vibhuti Bhushan Nayak, President of the Institute, for his presidential address.
Namaste. Good afternoon to all. Honorable Secretary Madam, Joint Secretary Dhariwal ji, and my council colleague and former President and all my respected honorable achievers. From the very morning we are discussing what I call that Manthan. Madam, Manthan 1 already it is completed. That purpose of conducting this program only to get some valuable input for our continuous development of our institute, our profession, how to match and map with the requirement of the Government of India, that Vision 2047 repositioning. Now we are projecting up to our Vision 2030. For preparation of that vision document, madam, we need help from various sectors. Initially, we have started from today consulting to our achievers, industry leaders, because here
we can get lot of input which we can put in rectifying or modifying or developing our curriculum, imparting training to the students, and designing our audit procedure, audit technique for our practicing members. Finally, our objective is to create visibility. Although this profession is there since 1959, already in the first session, Das sir, our CMD IRIDA already expressed that our profession is not getting level playing field. Although they are working since 1944, 59 Act was created very sincerely, with full of integrity, dedicatedly, honestly. But this profession is not getting proper recognition. That is a separate issue. But now we are thinking that somewhere some defect is there. We are not able to brand our profession. Branding is necessary. This branding I am not comparing to any other profession, but within India it is required. And also this is the need of the hour. In global also, global need also now. Because some of our members now they are excelling outside India also. A lot of example you will find here also. The members are coming from UK, members are coming from Dubai and Australia also. They are excelling. And I am not taking much time. That this is the beginning, madam, and we will give you a report of this outcome. And another information I am giving which is relevant also, we are taking one strategy, interacting, this is one of the strategy, and what I was expressing at your just reaching, that we are having MOU with IIM Ahmedabad. Why? Because they are running business school, they are having some knowledge. So consulting with different agency, different persons, we are gathering input. And we are having, already we have taken MOU, thanks to our chairman, study committee, Binayji. He has taken a lot of pen entering into MOU with IIT Chennai, IIT Roorkee and IIT Kanpur in taking the present need that in the digital world we are moving towards AI, BI or mostly data science. So I am expecting and also requesting my achievers to join hand with us, be connected with our professional institute during your busy schedule or busy time and your responsibility. Please help us. And now I am getting full support from government and also other professional body also. Now they are very close to us. So thank you very much. I am expecting a good result in future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now I request Shri Inderdeep Singh Dhariwal, Joint Secretary MCA and Member ICMAI, to address the gathering.
Like all of you, I am not that qualified and competent to talk with you from a dais. However, as a one among you, as a council member, I would say that I'm really grateful. This is a experiment type of thing, that all the achievers have been called and they have taken pain to come here. Kindly understand that you are now on a particular position. That could be because of your fate, fortune, or your effort. But as an education of CMA, how has it helped you to reach where you are? Kindly give a thought to it. And once you, and also you recruit a number of persons in your organizations. What do you search or look for from a youngster, from another professional that is coming to get employment? And if you are clear about those things, kindly share with the youngsters, young cost accountants. Because nowadays it is the time of convergence where the world economy is converging. Globalization is a part of your business models also. Until unless you are updated about the requirements of industry and economies, you won't be prepared for all those high-paid jobs. So my request to you is, until unless you think, you won't realize. This particular thing, the ministry took an initiative of skilling the youngsters, unemployed youngsters. At that time, a little interaction with some of the forums, I realized, my notion about education, knowledge, and skill are the three different components. Education doesn't ensure knowledge. Knowledge can be gained. However, the knowledge and education both does not result into a skill. And until unless you think what the skills are or what the skill is, you won't realize that how difficult it is to identify a skill, and then second step, how to transfer that skill as a competency. So since you all have gathered, you are experienced in your respective field. So kindly just think about it, and your thoughts will definitely empower our youngsters, our new professionals. And that will be another big achievement. I thanks from my core of heart for all the our achievers, those have come up from across the globe and gathered here on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address. We are very glad to announce that Career Counseling and Placement Committee of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India has come up with a training program for the CMA members and qualified CMAs. That is CMA Skill Enhancement Training Program, CSET. This we have brought to groom the CMA qualified candidates and the members for the PSU's exams and the corporate exams. So we request Madam Deepti Gaur Mukherjee ma'am, Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and Shri Inderdeep Singh Dhariwal sir, Joint Secretary, MCA and Government Nominee of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, to kindly release the booklet of the training program. Ma'am, please, and request our Honorable President sir, Anand sir and Bhati sir and Vinay Ranjan sir to kindly join in the release of booklet.
Vinay is our representative from South, SARC.
Achha.
And he has worked very heavily in this. He is the chairperson of placement committee.
That was you were asking about IIT last time. This is the next one. So we would like to try to do the same.
Some more?
All these ways we would like to do for the placement.
Okay, क्या सबको मिल गया?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Now it's time for the presentation of mementos and certificates to all the achievers. Okay. I request Ria to kindly come up on the stage. Miss Ria. Actually, name of the achievers. Yeah. Name of the achievers.
We will now like to felicitate all of us CMA achievers. I like to request CMA Pradeep Kumar Mahapatro, Chief General Manager GAIL, CFO IG GL, to kindly come on the dais. And requesting our Honorable Secretary Madam to kindly felicitate, and requesting others to kindly join in the felicitation.
Should we come in the front?
CMA Pradeep Kumar Mahapatro, Chief General Manager GAIL India Limited. CMA Rohit Kumar, Chief Finance Officer, Apollo Medics Super Speciality Hospitals, requesting you to kindly come on the dais, sir. CMA Rohit Kumar, Chief Finance Officer, Apollo Super Speciality Hospitals. CMA Dr. Priya Srikantan Iyer, Company Secretary and Chief Financial Officer, BL Optronic Devices Limited. CMA Dr. Priya Srikantan Iyer, Company Secretary and Chief Financial Officer, BL Optronic Devices Limited. CMA Pomila Jaspal, former Director Finance, ONGC Limited. CMA Pradeep Kumar Chand, Director Finance, Cement Corporation of India Limited. CMA Pradeep Kumar Chand, Director Finance, Cement Corporation of India Limited. CMA Bharat Bhushan Gupta, Director Finance, Haryana Mass Rapid Transport Corporation Limited. CMA Bharat Bhushan Gupta, Director Finance, Haryana Mass Rapid Transport Corporation Limited. CMA Shrikant Kumar Sahu, Senior General Manager Finance cum CFO, Gridco Limited. CMA Shrikant Kumar Sahu, Senior General Manager Finance cum CFO, Gridco Limited. वो है मतलब ज़्यादा नहीं है. CMA Charu Malhotra, Associate Director Finance, Indian School of Business. CMA Charu Malhotra, Associate Director Finance, Indian School of Business. Next we have CMA Naveen Tandon, Head Policy and Strategy, Apple India Private Limited. अच्छा. Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I can even speak from here only.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for. Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. And now, may I request your kind self to give us few words of your wisdom and advice to all our achievers, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this very important occasion for the profession and for the institute. So I would like to thank the President, the Vice President, Secretary and all the office bearers of the Council for inviting me. I apologize for not having been able to come in the morning session, but as I think most of you are from the public sector, you would realize that the commitments and the circumstances of the Parliament session and some of the other emergency coming up always happens. However, I'm very happy to be here, and more so because I think we always tend to underestimate, the contribution which finance professionals have to get to the table. In government, like since most of you are but you're mostly from government PSUs, the director of finance or the finance has the veto power for everything. And I'm sure that is also applicable to a certain extent, if not to a major extent, even in the boardroom. But in the government, if the IFD and the finance says no, it means no. Okay, irrespective of whether it is necessary or not necessary or how much ever you convince. So, how good your proposal is measured by how fast it can get cleared from the finance people. Okay? So that's why I think it's a very important role which we have to play. And what is good about, I think, the profession, or whatever little I know about it, I'm myself, I'm an economics graduate, postgraduate, but I've done commerce till the 12th. And my daughter took commerce also. So I've spent a lot of time teaching her accountancy and, balance sheets and all that. But what I have really, over this last over 30 years, I've realized is that when you are in the role of doing cost and management accounting, you are in the perfect position to see value for money. Okay? That is a perfect position for you. And you also, I think, if from what I've read about what you are planning to do and what the curriculum involves and how you do it, I think since you get the management perspective into it, which is about building decisions not on intuition or anecdotal evidence, but hard data, cracking data, going into the specificities of what cost efficiency is in comparison to what you're trying to achieve, right? So it's not just about saying no, it's about saying yes sometimes, no sometimes, maybe sometimes, and how to do it better.
Wow.
So what I always think is that it's always important to hear the naysayers. It's always important to know what can go wrong. It's always important to know where is it that we are not looking at. How can we achieve more efficiency? Because everybody, ultimately, economics is about, your wants and needs are many, but your resources are few. So everybody has to economize. Irrespective of where you are. I think nobody has the luxury of saying that we can do what you want to. Whether it is the Apple or Meta or anybody. So everybody is trying to see the thing. So there is where I think your profession has a very important role to play, because you can also have a very strategic vision, right? You can see what is maybe, may seem very a cost ineffective proposal right now, but yes, if you persist with it or do it in a better way, then probably the strategic vision of the company or the enterprise which you are contributing to can actually be achieved. So I would definitely recommend that, yes, branding in this time and world is very important. And let me tell you, I think most of you must be knowing, I know personally also, because I have young, adult children who are in that age group of, looking for jobs or finding jobs or looking at, throwing jobs here and there. Children are very aspirational. Youth is very aspirational. So what we need to do is to sell them this profession, okay? And that can only happen when, of course, you're taking pride in your profession, but along with the pride, you also have to come up with what concrete things you have done, you've achieved. And so if your case studies, what you have done, I know how difficult it is to work in the public sector. People who are working in the big PSUs, the kind of pressures you face, the kind of decisions you have to make, if you have good case studies coming up, and those case studies form the curriculum of MBA Finance, because people, when you do your MBAs, you do a master's in something, you specialize either in finance or marketing or whatever, right? So if your examples, if your case studies form the curriculum of those institutions, it's really good. It shows that what you have done actually passes the rigor of academia. You see, you can't be a judge of your own case most of the times. So whatever you as a professor, you must be doing as an institute has a value. But because now you have collaborations, and with those collaborations, you've done such brilliant work, why don't you get some good case studies? Let them be published in the Harvard Business Review. Let them be published in in some good courses. That will also add value. And then second, okay, you have a journal where you have your, your contributions coming up, but maybe now we need to see other, journals coming up with the contributions which cost and management accountants get to the table. So please, that is something which you should do, because actually students, they don't really, you can go for an MBA Finance, you go for a ICFAI, but cost management accounting, you don't really see where it fits in. So you have to tell them where this fits in. And Director Finance is a hugely important position. It's really important. If the CMD wants sane advice, he will look at Director Finance. Because the Director Finance has an overall vision. He has an eagle eye on the entire operations. So you please look at it from that side. I agree with you. You need to brand the profession. You need to build on it. And we also need to build more collaboration. Today is a world of interconnections and collaborations. So we should not look at it from a very parochial kind of a view. And a very, जैसे हिंदी में कहते हैं कूप मंडूक में बैठ के, वो नहीं करना है हम लोगों को. Right? You have to look at, meeting with the best of the institutions, building collaborations with them, coming up with good programs which have a high brand value, which children not only from from cost management accountants, but other professions can aspire to get. What is it that an engineer would like to learn from a cost management accountant? Why not? So look at this everybody knows this is not the syllabus of doing one thing, you're doing interdisciplinary courses. So please look at more things like that. I look forward to your suggestions and your key takeaways from the deliberations of this meeting. If there is something which we can incorporate, of course, in terms of improving the growth of this profession, right? That would be really useful. I know that you're already working on data science and business analytics, so I will not go into that. As you all must be knowing, this is the future. Jobs in this sector are the most lucrative for youngsters. They're the most exciting. They're also very aspirational, right? So if you're investing in this and you're looking at the best of material, the best course design, please go ahead. If you need anything from our side, we will be most happy to facilitate and help you out with that. You're a part of the ministry, and it's all a team effort. We all hope that we can continue the good work in the future also. I wish you all the best. And I apologize also because we have to be at the CAM's residence at 4 o'clock sharp for a meeting. So thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Snap with our council. We can quickly
बैग में देगा एक बैग में
सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर प्लीज.
Thank you very much. Sir, Hariwal sir.
Now we get back to the previous session, Manthan 2. And I request Paritosh Basu sir to kindly take your seat, sir. बोल देना कहाँ से हाँ हाँ पता है मैं सबको बुला लेती हूँ हाँ अभी लग So I request Dr. CMA Dr. Paritosh Basu sir, CMA Vikas Prasad, President and Group CFO, CMA Ramesh Kailasam, President and CEO India Tech, Dr. Sanjay Sen, Global Head Research and Eminence, CMA Debashish Sanyal sir, CMA Gagan Bihari Swain, CMA Badnath Maharana sir to kindly take seats on the dais. Thank you, sir. Yeah? Extra?
No, actually you can rearrange you just move one banner and that will solve the problem. हाँ, ये होती innovation. Banner पे solve करे problem.
Swain sir will be sitting there. He's the sixth in the row to speak. Two more speakers are with
और कौन रह गया? Who is left? Someone is left? Okay, Ramesh Kailasam sir. Okay, so I hand over the session to CMA Paritosh Basu sir.
So let us quickly reconvene and start. I will come to Dr. Sanjay Sen.
Yeah.
Dr. Sen, your job profile contains a unique word and that is called eminence. Okay? And we are discussing positioning the CMA profession in the global arena and stepping into the world. In that context, what is your suggestion? Could you reflect on this point and tell us, should the task start right from the studentship age?
Excellent question. Thank you very much. And I'm just waiting for everyone to settle down in a second. Time is limited. But I think, Dr. Basu, as always, you've picked a very interesting word from my title, which is eminence. Now, I spent 21 years of my career with PwC, and this is my 16th year with Deloitte. So I've been in this game for 37 years. But I used to hear a lot of the word trust. Because obviously, if you are advisors as CMAs or advising your clients, I think we've got an important phone call. I'll just wait for it to complete. Yes, thank you very much. So I had not heard of the word eminence, but I had heard of the word trust. And there was also a book published about 15 years ago, which I read with great care. It was a book by David Mester, Maister, and it was called The Trusted Advisor. And in this book, David Mester lays down a formula which is CRI divided by S, is how much trust you build. Now, as aspiring CMAs who want to aspire for global positions and global eminence, I think what is fundamental here is the concept of the trust, right? And to build this trust, the main ingredient here is knowledge. Now, there's also another interesting one-liner that I heard in my days in PwC, which is that data is not information, information is not knowledge, knowledge is not wisdom, and wisdom is not business, right? Data is not information, information is not knowledge, knowledge is not wisdom, and wisdom is not business. So to be successful in business, you of course need data at the root, but that has to be translated into information and intelligence. Intelligence has to be translated into wisdom, and that wisdom has to be reapplied, right? So I had not heard of the word eminence. When I saw Roman Catholic cardinals in movies like Godfather, they were being addressed as Your Eminence, which was a very respectful way of addressing the cardinal, or you would have seen it in Angels and Demons in Dan Brown's movies. But the reason why that word is in my job title is my role is to increase my organization's distinguished positioning in the marketplace. And how do I do it? I do it using my business research. And, you know, by doing that, I'm bringing in expertise, credibility, reliability, and influence. And I'm following basically the elements of David Maister's equation of trust. But I'm also adding to it a few other elements. Now, the second part of your question is when should it start? And I think absolutely it should start at the student level. Eminence is not just a title. It is a journey that we must guide our students right from day one. I think I had listed out 5 elements, all of which have been covered, but I'll just take 30 seconds to give one example each. I think the first of the 5 is to shape a global vision from the start through the curriculum. So we've had many discussions about repositioning the curriculum.
That is the global mindset.
Absolutely, and the vision. So I'll give you an example. The CMA Institute in the UK recently published a productivity study of why productivity levels are high and why productivity levels are low in 8 countries of the world. And there is so much learning in that, and there is so much global reflection there, you know, but you can't do it in day one. If you look back at their curriculum, the people who wrote it, in their curriculum, they were studying the VUCA world, they were studying geopolitical disruption, etc., etc. So the first thing is to help shape that global vision through curriculum. The second one is to obviously develop strategic decision-making skills using data, tools, and technologies. And again, we've had many discussions there. The third one is leveraging practical experience. Now, I would like to bring in a new point here, which is, I think there was a passing reference to GCCs in the first session in the morning. These are global competency centers that large global giants set up in India. I think I heard in the morning that there are about 200 or so in the pipeline. But, you know, I think for CMAs in India, working in a global competency center is the first step to picking up some of that knowledge. And there's more in the pipeline. So this is a very actionable intelligence, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So I think that is a huge thing which has not been covered. The other thing I noted down was because India wants to aspire to be known for manufacturing excellence around the world. And I think that is highly achievable. I think CMAs are uniquely positioned because no other course takes you to the shop floor. I still remember the joke about my teacher who used to call the forklift truck, he used to call it a frocklift truck. But it became a joke. But the serious learning was that we used to go to the factory, show me the forklift truck, show me, because, you know, the curriculum is actually covering it. So later on, when you're taking management decisions, sitting in an armchair with, you know, as chairman or CFO of an organization, you will then relate back to your days where you've done it hands-on and got your hands dirty. Correct. So I think manufacturing is probably the lowest hanging fruit to leverage. I think industry knowledge we've spoken about. I think publishing research papers is essential.
We'll come to the second down on this.
Yeah, and then of course the final point was about brand, and I think enough has been discussed in the last session.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll come to you in the second round. I'll now come to you, CMA Kalisham. I know you are in a very interesting position. Like I have spent 34 years in industry as CFO and global group controllers, etc. before coming to academics, and I'm now in academics for 11 years. So we are in a better position because we are receiving the services, may it be consulting, auditing, or may it be any other accounting and management accounting services. We are in a better position to appreciate and understand the perspective of a consultant coming up. From that perspective, could you please share with us your viewpoints on the theme which I have spoken in my prelude, and tell us what the CMA should do?
I think a very interesting question, and I would also like to pick one or two lines what the respected secretary spoke in the previous session, and that becomes the underlying kind of takeaway. I represent India Tech, which is an industry think tank representing founders and investors in the Indian startup ecosystem. And these are all forward-looking, what I call as companies, which I call as, in my term, children of the internet. You take the internet away, these business models won't exist.
Right.
So these have come in the last 20 years, whether you take a Make My Trip or an Ola or a Policy Bazaar or a Dream11 or a Nika or everything, all of them which I represent today are all children of the internet. And therefore, those business models have evolved. The other interesting thing that Secretary said, and which I thought was a powerful statement, was that and we are looking at CMA into the next level going forward, is the important thing that have we sold this profession and the concept and thought process into the next generation who are the new entrepreneurs of tomorrow, the new entrepreneurs of today. All the companies which I represent as children of the internet, have we sold ourselves as CMA as an important profession to them, or are they just simply looking at finance as a function? And the answer is yes, we need to get the cost consciousness in, because the luxury of funding just dried up and now it is all into hardcore numbers. And as we speak that language, founders, and I wrote about it warning 2 years back in my weekly columns, which I write in Financial Express, where I said the need for corporate governance will come knocking in 2 years' time in the startup ecosystem, and we saw that happen. But at the same time, as India Tech, we work in 5 verticals. The first vertical, we call it wealth creation in India. And we work towards opening up listing in the stock market for asset-light models and so on. And after that, we also work on ease of doing business, unlocking business models through policy changes, and of course, livelihoods and sustainability. Now, if you look at the profession of CMA that we all are used to seeing, we have always seen it from the industrial revolution perspective and a manufacturing perspective. And while one leg needs to be there, the other leg now has to probe into the other boat, which has already started sailing off. And therefore, if you look at, again, CMA, it has always been numbers, understanding intricacies of business, translating raw data into actionable insights, all of which that Secretary had mentioned about, and contributing to strategic decisions that drive growth, efficiency, and sustainability. But one other interesting thing, I think it was covered already in the beginning, where there was a mention of customer. This is another point which I say, that the customer of yesterday has changed. Not the customer of today or the customer of tomorrow. The customer of yesterday wants everything by the swipe of a screen or a click of a button. And more importantly, the 3A models in FMCG have also collapsed. The 3A model is affinity, accessibility, and affordability. How does affinity get built? When you are a child, you are seeing your favorite movie star or actress or a cricketer endorsing a product, you build affinity to the product. Accessibility comes when it is available in the nearest Kirana store. And affordability comes when it is available at that small sachet that you can afford of your pocket money. The 3As are now changing because the next generation is not bothered about anything. You don't have a parent or a grandparent prescribing which soap you shall take bath or which oil you shall cook at the home. It is their preference of what they are getting influenced on the internet ecosystem that they are deciding and choosing, and therefore large FMCG companies are now figuring out where do I get accessible and affordable in the region where they market, because their footfall is drying up in the conventional places. And more importantly, the government has also come with digital public infrastructure, which has made it easier to pay. ONDC models, UPI have revolutionized business. So as I call the children of the internet, within the startup ecosystem, I currently work in 23 sectors. All are fiercely independent. And we keep telling the government, when you say startup, it is not one, There are 23 sectors already available. There are 35 startups which have listed in the stock exchange in different business models. So therefore, as CMAs, we can't now anymore have the luxury of saying, okay, this shall be mandated by the government, and therefore this is the profession this is my sweet spot. For the institute now, it is important to get into new areas because e-commerce, online retail still have a lot of problems which CMAs have to address, which includes right from as basic as inventory management to customer cost acquisition, lifetime value, data-driven analysis, analytics, elasticity, scaling, cost per click, cost per acquisition, and of course things like currency management, advertising costs, marketing costs, all of which are very dynamic. I recently came across a startup which does only drag and drop, and in seconds you can drop your new marketing programs, your loyalty programs, your new product pricing and so on. So it has become that dynamic. But are the fundamentals to reach that decision point being aided by our CMAs is the opportunity for us to look at. And therefore my take is that this new boat which is sailing off, we need to progressively look at how we can be part of it. I'll come back in the next question on that.
Sure. I'll just, CMA Maharanaji, I'll take this question of CMA Kailasham to you again. Right. And I'll put it in a different perspective. You are also a seasoned corporate captain. Please tell us what kind of sharpening of knowledge today's CMA must do so that they get ready for the global stage.
Right. It's a nice question you have thrown at me. Thank you so much, sir. First of all, let me say that I have been working in the power sector for the last 31 years. And looking at the theme of the event, which is aiming at something in 2030 and aiming at a much larger goal in 2047, we have to look at the infrastructure sector first. And me being from the power sector would be playing a huge role in giving rise to the infrastructure sector. And as you know, we are looking at a net zero emission policy in 2070. That's further ahead. In order to do that, the country is relying upon renewable energy, as CMA Pradeep has said in the morning. And we are looking at hydropower sector. And hydropower sectors, by far, whatever I have heard right from the morning, they are the toughest. We work in the toughest of the situations, on the hills, on the snow, and a CMA is never prepared in the school for that kind of a tough situation. Now this is lucky. When we joined the profession, we never thought that we'll be going to a site which is 7,000 meters from the ground level. So that kind of situation needs to be inculcated into the brains of the new cost accountants who are coming up. And he has to be mentally strong to work anywhere for the development of the nation, for any kind of sector he is, not just going for the data analysis and telling the management that this is required.
And initially not look at the pay package. Initially to learn and earn later.
We are in the central PSUs, and we, right from the beginning, we are paying close to 18 lakhs to a freebie, to a newbie. So pay package is not a matter as such as now. So what happens is that, with my experience in my company, we earned a profit of 548 crores last fiscal. Before that, it was 397 crores. Before that, it was 212 crores. And before that, it was just 47 crores. So we have seen a phenomenal growth as far as profit is concerned. And we have also seen a phenomenal growth as far as the top line is concerned. So believe me, behind that, the thing that behind creating this profit, reading from the regulation, taking advantage of the regulations, the cost accountants there in my company.
Correct.
And I take a great pride in telling that 80% of my accounting workforce comes from the
CMA
Institute. And I also take a great pride in saying that I am the person who has witnessed the groundbreaking of the largest hydro power plant in the northeastern region, Kameng power plant. I broke a coconut there. That was a pleasure that time. But the company is getting 1,500 crores from that plant today.
Very good.
So I have seen groundbreaking, as well as I'm reaping profit from there. What a pride, what better pride that would have been there.
Sense of pride is
Sense
important.
of pride is there. And I take further pride that in achieving this kind of success, the workforce, the financial workforce behind that was virtually all cost.
Okay, okay, good.
I take great pride in that. Further, as we are going ahead, technological advancements are there, and we have been using SAP of late. I'll give you a small example what innovations we have been doing. Our young people are also doing. See, the cost set has been prepared from the SAP. I always tell that use the artificial intelligence in an intelligent way. So you can use the AI in any way, and the garbage might come out. And there is the disclaimer that whatever is coming out from there may not be taken at face value, isn't it? In each and every AI. So what they're doing, from the cost set of couple of years, 2 years, 3 years hence, keeping the data aside, they're putting the AI tool over there, appropriate AI tool over there with appropriate questionnaire, so that we are getting the manageable.
Happy to note that you are applying there in cost sheet for AI
Yes.
analysis.
And these are being done by the CMAs.
So our CMAs have to be prepared with those tools
Yeah,
right
these
from
are-
the day
this is
one.
one of the very few examples. One example from many things which you have done applying the technology. I always say that readers are leaders. So I always tell my people to keep on reading about anything. 1 ghanta to padh lo. Then you discuss. Don't keep it to yourself. Discuss it among us. There is a group, and it disseminates all the knowledge they acquire. Especially the young blood, they read a lot. And the communication skill is one more area where we are focusing on. So you will always see that the toppers may not have the best of the communication skills.
Correct.
So we are trying to inculcate that into the people. That we are training the inter-pass cost contents for 3 years. During that period, we expose them to all sorts of works so that they're ready for the toughest works which is coming up after they pass out and join us. And along with that, we are teaching them the communication skills. What I am telling you, you should understand. What you are telling me, I should understand. Simple as that. Keep it simple, and all these things we are doing. And there are a lot of other things which you are doing.
We'll come back to
We'll come
in a
back to
second.
that.
Now I will come to you, CMS Wine. And again, my question would be from my theme, where I talked about that all the academic institutions engaged in professional education are trying today to generate globally oriented, socially responsible future leaders. And from that perspective, what are your views for CMAs to be elevated to the next position and get ready for the world stage? What you see we should do as an institute for reaching the global arena?
See, coming to your question, it's a very good apt question in the present context. Before that, just I want to mention few things. I'm thankful to the institute to think for a vision for long term for 2047 and to have a milestone 2030. It's really needed for any organization it's a not institute in our organization also, any company or corporate working, or any group or any nation we are also planning as a nation also for 2047. So the long-term planning is very important. While you are planning long-term, you need to also live into this present world, how the present world is moving. What Mr. Basu said is about the ESG or the social responsible value creation by our members. That is certainly is required, and there is a lot of things happening around us. What I meant to say here that we have some core values in the CMAs, like as we discussed this morning, that we work on the cost and management decision makings and creation of value. At the same time, while in the evolving areas are coming up, in the coming year, in the global business are going to be very complex. The traditional way of operating, let's say healthcare, is not done by the healthcare entities, it is by the IT companies. The transportation is done by IT companies. Fintech is taken over the financial works. Then what the repositioning of ours is required as an institute, as our members to work on this. And to give a few connects also, how to plan as an institute or as a member also. Let's say that this nation we are now moving forward. We, as a country, we declared to have a Panchamrit in the carbon reduction. We have a goal to reduce the carbon emissions by 50% by 2030, or to add the renewable energy 500 gigawatt by 2030. What does it mean? What much of business it throws us? What are the opportunity throws us as a member? What we can look at, what are the emerging areas that are coming up, like green financing, ESG investing, impact investing, and the nature as we are discussing that the consumer behavior is changing, and so also the business environment. If you see that the behavioral finance is another area, the response to the behavioral finance, how the economy is going ahead. And a few areas, I'm working in the power sector, my colleague Ms. Marana is working, it's a regulated sector. And how the regulatory space is now capturing in many of the infrastructure areas. So how we can turn around or we contribute value create the organization we're working. Just I will give you the two examples of my previous two organizations. I was working with the BSS Yamuna in Delhi. I recall in 2015, the EBITDA was minus 1400 crores. And we worked to create a strategy. And the 1920, the EBITDA was positive 1300 crores. Minus 1400 to 14 in 4 years.
Very good.
So this is doable. And it is doable in the environment where the consumers are liking, they are commanding, they have the demand, public hearing is there, and you have different checks and balances, and you need to work on the strategy. And in my previous organization, I was working Director of Finance 4 years in Gridco. The same set of situation. In 1920, 2021, 2 years, the profit was minus, there is a loss of 1300 plus crores. And I am very happy to share with all my team and the management, in 23-24, there is a positive profit of 460 crores.
Very good. Very good.
Continuous losses and the turnaround. It is not that I'll mention in both the cases. We worked in all the parameters from the revenue side as well as from the cost management side. In the revenue side also we worked with the regulators to see that the cost effective tariff is there, and there is some other miscellaneous or other income is there, how to maximize that, what is the surplus available with us, the power, how to maximize revenue on that side. Second, working on the different cost elements and the power cost, we made the different mix of power, the power cost, unit cost reduced drastically, and few loans we converted to equity with the discussion with the government, and because there is a contribution to the consumers in the end of the day. So about 2,000 crore loan converted in equity, so the loan cost has reduced, and the cost of capital also reduced with the negotiation with the banks. So we worked in all the overheads also. It took 4 years, and we built pillar by pillar. From 1,300 crores, then we came to 700 crores, then 550, then positive 460 crores. It takes time. We need to, if you work in a long term, the contribution of CMA is also very, recognized. 80, not 80, almost 90% finance work is done by the CMAs.
Great.
In both the organizations.
We'll come to you in the next round again, and I'll go to Dr. Sanyal again. Dr.
My colleague is there.
We will have 10 minutes preserved for question and answer. That's the way we have planned this session. Can we come to Dr. Sanyal? Dr. Sanyal, in the CMA syllabus 2022, we have incorporated Bloom's taxonomy. Some of the international education standard requirements we have done, and we have also mapped it with the National Education Policy and CIMA London syllabus. What are your suggestions as an academician and a management educator for the next syllabus to be incorporated?
Thank you. It's a fantastic question. And to answer this question, I thought I did a little bit of comparison with the CMA, with our institute, with CIMA UK and CMA USA. Barring the fact that we are a statutory body, others are not, the focus and scope still the new syllabus remains with costing, cost management, regulatory compliance, specific to Indian industry, still now. Whereas, if you see CIMA UK, their focus is on strategic financial management, performance management, and leadership skill with a global perspective. On the other hand, CMA USA specializes in management accounting, financial planning analysis, and decision making. I have went further to analyze to see that the area of expertise which we have, ICMA India, is on cost management, taxation, compliance, and Indian financial regulation, more or less. On the other hand, CIMA UK, there are two strategy, risk management, and leadership in a global decision business scenario. CMA USA, on the other hand, has financial planning, performance management, and strategic decision making as the area of expertise. So area of expertise has changed. Okay. So, and again, if you see career prospect, so I see the MA India, there is best suited for costing, internal audit, compliance, and taxation within Indian industry or companies with Indian operations. CIMA UK, the opens opportunity to financial leadership, strategic roles, and global consulting. CMA USA has financial planning analysis and strategic management in global context. So keeping all this in mind, I think we compare all these things, the training part of 2 years is there more or less everywhere. But what we are doing, where the training comes, everything cannot be cannot be included in a syllabus. But every institute are giving some additional training. We too have. We have, I was having a look at Appendix B, where we have got training, lot of training.
We have 42 hours of tutorials.
Tutorials, but I was seeing the list. Whether list, I think that list needs to be revisited. Because we are still teaching the direct tax and indirect tax, which is part of the syllabus. Why we are? But I think, if you ask me, the important part where we have to focus now, we have to adopt, if you have to adopt, to reposition CMA and to see relevant in this world, the training needs should be focused towards adoption in AI, blockchain, and data analytics tool.
Correct.
That also the secretary emphasized while going. She emphasized collaboration with tech professionals, focus on value creation and financial strategy, integrate advanced data analytics into decision making. You have got a book on that. You have got a book on that. You know very more than that. Understand blockchain framework for transparency and auditing. These are the new areas, not new, it is already there. And soft skill. Soft skill is there already in our training, but we should reinforce, because I have interacted with some young CMAs, also CAs. They are very poor in communication. They are very poor in communication.
Okay.
So we have to do that. And I think going forward, a last line for me, we have to focus on global standards, strategic partnership, and thought leadership. CMA India can enhance its value proposition and establish itself as a world-class institution in the field of cost and management accounting if we do a little bit. And I'm confident we'll be doing, because the topic itself shows that the eagerness of the institute to do so.
Correct.
The topic itself included in this important conference is that you want to do something here.
I carry the message from you, Professor Chanel, is that we have a strategic cost management and strategic financial management paper of 100 marks full in the final year, but we have to bring in global orientation. That is the message I'm carrying from you, and global case studies which I've talked in my prelude.
And sir, one more thing. New technology has to be taught.
New technology, in any case, is in our reckoning.
Everything has to be taught. Hands-on training.
I'm trying to talk to the institute on that line.
Hands-on, the training part, which is, it has to be more like Chartered Institute also has gone.
Sure.
So one-to-one training, if possible, before they get the certificate.
Correct.
I will, the vice president over here, president is over here. I say to have a look at it, because if you want to make a contributing CMA in world to come, I think before we put them into industry or practice, you have to be trained around.
Now, in this round of 3 minutes again, I'll come to CMA Prasad. I talked 4 things in my prelude. One is the global mindset. Second is the global internship. Third is the global case studies. And fourth is the global networking. Just in 3 minutes, can you tell us what we have to do?
First of all, I fully agree with what you have suggested, and also the recommendation that during the month one was made and what other fellow panelists are making. I have 5 points suggestion for the institute to look at. The first, I think we have talked enough on the branding and PR and marketing for the institute. I feel that we should hire a third-party firm who are competent to do so. We should not take everything on ourselves. We are not competent clearly on that matter. So we should hire a firm who can glamorize the CMA members who are successful, who are playing a senior leadership role, which will create like aspirations for those students or budding CMAs. The second suggestion I have to make is that I think this is a great start where we are connecting the CMA members. Adding to that, I will say that we should also have the corporate awareness program. We should invite the HR leaders. We should invite the headhunters together to tell about who are CMAs and what we do and how our members are placed, not only in the local market, but overseas as well. So that will also create some awareness. The third point is that I've seen in some of the organization is about the mentor and mentee program. Now every year I assume that probably 1,000, 2,000 CMAs are getting qualified. Can we map it to different CMA members who are successful, who want to mentor the young CMAs? I think that will do a hands-holding for the new generation who is coming up. We owe that to our budding professionals. The fourth I will say is about if you look at the top B schools today in the world, whether it's Harvard or Stanford or MIT, the kind of fund they have, endowment fund they have, they can do anything that they want to. Harvard has $50 billion of fund today. Stanford has $33 billion. MIT has $23 billion. Where are they getting the funds from? It's not from the tuition fee. It's not from the membership fee. It's from the contribution from the members, the alumni. So what stops us to also
approach our alumni?
Drive,
correct.
Similar drive, and I will be happy to be the first one to come and contribute. So it can generate a huge buck which can be used for certain purposes. It should not be general purpose, but for certain purposes we can use. And the last one I will say that also hold the CMA leadership accountable. The council members, the president and the vice president, the leadership team, we have to make them accountable in terms of what is expectation and how they are delivering. We can identify 4 or 5 KPIs, whether in terms of the MRAs that they sign, the international partnership that they sign, the total number of donations that they get, the C-suite roles that the members are getting into, the influence on the policy matters. So there has to be clearly defined KPIs for the leadership body as well.
And KRAs also.
KRAs as well.
KRAs and KPIs, both.
Measure the KPIs.
Correct.
If we do these 5 things, I feel that it will surely help the CMA profession.
Thank you. Dr. Sen, again, I'll come to you from the global perspective. Sure. Another enviable point in your global responsibility is research. I talked in my prelude that CMA must do global collaborative research, one, and must publish white papers on global problems so that we draw attention of global multilateral agencies to our research-based work. What are your views on that?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. I think the international alignment is very, very essential. So I think whilst there will be India priorities, and I spoke about it like aligning with manufacturing, infrastructure and power, I think we've had a previous speaker cover that brilliantly. The growing influence of being more digital, the growth of global competency centers. These might be India priorities aligned to Viksit Bharat. And for this, there could even be a Viksit Bharat research chair who will prioritize the funding and pick up the ones. Now, coming to the international side, one linkage is there are certain topics for India, like renewable energy, for example, which are also internationally global hot topics.
Shall we have a center for collaborative research with industry?
Absolutely.
With a global...
Sharnel's point about are we teaching the right thing? But I think to that, based on my recent experience in a global perspective, I would ask 2 questions. Who is it that is teaching these new courses? Because
that's very
and do they have the skills? Because recently I was involved in an external advisor for a UK university. They were launching 4 MSc degrees in AI, right? But what we found was the existing teachers felt very threatened that, oh my God, I know nothing of this. So what they were trying to do when they were trying to draft the new courses, they were changing the titles and making some superficial changes. but because they thought, I don't want to develop a course as a result of which I will get sacked.
You have said it.
So I think that is one thing we have to recover. So it is not just teaching, but who is just teaching. Poor communication is a huge thing, because outside India I see very, very bright people, CMAs from India, but they don't speak because they are concerned that they can't speak proper English. Now we also, in that same event, we have people from Spain, Portugal, Germany, who speak English even worse, but they are speaking confidently. But what is it that in India, if someone cannot speak English, why is that person feeling scared? Because the German guy is speaking broken English, the Dutch guy is speaking better a little bit, because everyone in Netherlands speaks better, but the Spaniards,
Even
and
French
Portuguese
guys
and
also
French,
speak
yes, and
weak
they're
English.
proud. They're actually proud that, excuse my English, but I don't know this, but we will feel shy. So I think that the part of that communication and soft skills, that is very, very important. I think we need some research labs, a fantastic benchmarking idea. Again, like you, Dr. Shanal, I compared with CMA UK, and CMA UK has started a wonderful benchmarking program. Also, it is trying to be emulated by IIA. So benchmarking, once you start benchmarking processes and strategic initiative, that is huge. But I think for this, we need a center of excellence or a research lab, and then without going further into branding, just a line that these must be branded.
Thank you.
Last, I have one final point with your permission, sir. Also, if you look at CMA UK, they have got this CGMA designation. That is a Certified Global Management Accountant.
Oh, no.
And this is a combination of CMA UK along with AICPA. Now the pathway is, 80% of the pathway is same. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel, as they say. The wheel has already been invented, but the tire can be now refined and given the final polish. So I think that's a final example I wanted to share of how collaboration can create innovation.
Okay, I'll take this cue and come to you. You are in the Web3, you are in blockchain, you are in click and swipe, that kind of industries you are dealing with. And you are receiving definitely consulting services, etc. And you are yourself also developing some new innovations. Tell us what our CMS have to do to get into that kind of global mindset of adopting skills for consulting, auditing, and accounting and management accounting services. Of course, we have spoken a lot about AI and agentic AI, etc., etc.
I think great question, and it goes back to that part which I said, that what is the next boat we want to put our next leg into.
Correct.
We are currently still in one of the older boats. I think fundamentally, and since branding has also been covered, positioning becomes very important now. True. As an institute, as a profession, we have to get CMA into the vocabulary of the next generation of entrepreneurs, the next generation of people who are looking at CMA.
Will be their future engagers.
Exactly. It also adds value for more students getting attracted to the profession. It also adds value for the industry to look at saying, accounting doesn't mean MBA finance or CA, but it is also that there is another leg which is critical, which we have seemed to have missed. But how do we get into that vocabulary? And I keep cracking this joke, taking the liberty of cracking a joke, is I keep saying, and being a chef at times, I keep saying that, I keep asking this question, how much water is required for 1 kilogram of rice, cooking 1 kilogram of rice? And everybody would first ask me, is it basmati or sona masuri? And then they would say, the less intelligent would say 2 times or 3 times. The slightly more intelligent would say, hey, I also spent 2 liters washing that rice. But possibly a CMA would say 1900 liters, because that's what went into growing that crop and reaching your plate. Right? So I think that depth of criticality is what we all have, but unfortunately we haven't positioned it, partly because of communication, partly because we prefer to be a backroom boy all these years. But it is time for us to come out in the open. One thing that I would like to again take from what the secretary said, because once being a policy kind of an engagement and advocacy person, whenever a secretary tells something, you need to leverage that and grab onto it, because it's not easy that the government gives you hold. Case studies, we have always thought of case studies as global. We need to build case studies from India, which can become part of the curriculum.
I have myself written 4 Harvard case studies. And I am trying to introduce case studies in the course.
Let's start with our CMA course. So, for example, what CMA Maharana and CMA Swine said can be converted into case studies
Yeah,
for what they
yeah.
have done.
Why not?
But are we capturing that and pushing it across beyond the CMA curriculum out there in the open to say these are great practices that led to this, and the institute owns it up? I think those kind of powerful messaging has to come out, because the other thing that I have always felt is we have always addressed our community only. We have not gone to address potential community people who can get attracted to the profession, can be users of this strength that we have. And more importantly, and since you have also talked about case studies, the research bit is something that we should be always putting out in the open, that this is what we have researched and come out. That should be read by people.
That is white paper, research-based white paper.
So we need to publish more. First, initially 1 or 2 papers nobody may read, but the fact that continuously some papers are coming out will start catching the attention of the people beyond. And I think that's the way we will get back into the vocabulary of people who may have forgotten us or don't even know we exist.
Correct. Now, I'll take the cues from there. 2 words have struck me. One is the mindset, and other is the future leaders. Yes. Which I am talking about globally oriented, socially responsible. Now, how you industry captains can give us more visibility in the industry and make our people ready, because I believe if we have to do brand building more and more in a strong manner, then we have to start with India. You industry captains, what you will do for us?
Oh, very nice, sir. Thank you. In fact, you have given me the questions about the CMA aspirants and new qualifiers, and this also adds to that. Thing is that, globalization means not only India going global, but the globe coming to India as well.
Absolutely.
Right? So that way, if we're going to be the 3rd largest economy in 2 years' time, and we may be reaching 7.2 trillions by 2030, as it was shown in the morning to us, we have to create more. I would definitely agree with all of you that case studies must be generated from India.
Correct.
Right? And case study, you may create a case study, but nobody is reading that. Like you said, once or twice, if it is thrown to you, definitely read, these are time. That's one of the things. Sir, I have a few things, maybe 4 or 5 suggestions in that for the new aspirants. See, we have a 3-year compulsory training program for the interqualified students.
Not 3 years.
3 years.
15 months, right?
15 months, but we take it for 3 years.
Your organization.
3 years. But sadly, what happens is that after advertising also, after writing to the EIRC also, or the EIRC, we are not getting the response. We are ready to pay good money for those people, and they get the hands-on training. So I would request the institute captains, for that matter, we are industry captains, the institute captains to send us a database of how many people actually want to take that training. And I sincerely, personally feel that that kind of a training, when you are aspiring to be a cost accountant in 2 years' time, is very important. Because all the PSUs are giving hands-on training to all of them. We are giving even access to them. So that's one of the things which has to be done very seriously by the institute. We beg for interpass students. We are not getting the interpass students, and we can take 15, 20, 30, those kind of students in a year. And I have seen that all those students are very good. They're more intelligent than the older lot. So they must be, we must be, all the PSUs for that matter, Coal India, us, NTPC and all, whoever is giving training, they must be given a database every year, that these are the guys who are interested in that. So we will take them forward.
Great. So I think Institute must have noted about this point.
Yes.
Mr. CMS Wine, I'll come to you with a very pointed question, and a very pointed answer we'll be having. Of course, the next round will go to...
Couple of things more.
You can come in this next round, because that will be the...
Half a minute.
Okay.
Thing is that, I think the institute also must conduct sectoral programs.
Sectoral programs.
Yes. For coal sector, with the coal regulations, with power sector, with the
Power regulation, insurance
with
sector,
the oil
then-
sector, with those regulations, and that will take it forward.
That's a good suggestion.
And the other thing is
And
that
going to Dhanbad, you can do coal. Huh?
Yes, yes.
A lot of CMAs will be concentrated there.
And so the other thing is that, see, so a lot of projects will be coming up in future.
Yeah.
DPS will be required. There are no cost estimation specialists in the country now. And nobody understands cost better than a cost accountant. Why can't we focus on that? Why
Yeah.
can't we have a specialized certificate course on DPRs or cost estimations and all?
Correct.
That's the basic. I'm looking at the basics. Okay, the advanced studies will follow, of course. So that is one of my suggestions, that it should be done. And course updations should also be done. There should be like sector-wise chapters, so that people are exposed. The students are exposed to that sector, and when he's passing, he's ready for each and every sector.
Correct. CMS Wine, let's be frank on the gaps of existing CMS. He has talked about what can be done. Why don't you talk about what are the gaps?
See, what the industry needs, it needs a person who come and deliver. And nowadays, the employee turnover is very high. The people know that it is the year 3 or 4 years, 5 years, he come and deliver, and if he find fortune somewhere else. So we need to keep our members, once they are out from our studies, they're industry ready. What the industry ready we mean? Industry ready means they come to a sector. If we are now sending to a particular sector, we talked about there are a few things is required: skill, communication, and knowledge, domain knowledge, and knowledge about that industry, and he could come and deliver this. So we need to have our the alumni or the senior people who are, learning and they have gained wisdom like retired officers in different industries. Our institute can collaborate with those senior wisdom people to handle our new, pass out members, or maybe in the mid-course teams. So that connect is not there. If you'll see the other professions who are in practicing and all, they are working till 80s, 90s. So that is passing on. But let's say somebody is there in a very senior position after retirement, 10 to 20% people are coming for continuing in their work in different spheres. 90% people I'm finding that wisdom ends there. So we need to have some mechanism from the institute side at the all regional level or in chapter level to work on that strength and work on different levels. What industry requires, what the policymakers requires. There are different pillars who can contribute for the institute. Maybe the bureaucratic setup, bureaucrat levels, political levels, and the brand building. The media is also another big pillar where we need to communicate, different, that we discussed in the morning. There are a lot of views that every time we were working as the silence workers, we were not communicating what is the outcome, what are the contributions we are making, that we need to make publish. And it should be part of, like Mr. Kailasan said, in the syllabus of the policymakers, industry, the CMAs should be there. So whenever they are choosing for a new recruitee in the finance and cost management, they will find the CMA is the right person to take it.
Thank
So
you.
both ways is
I'll come to you. Audience, please give us 12 more minutes. We will then open the floor as long as the institute permits. I'll come to Dr. Sanyal once again. Dr. Sanyal, please tell us, it's a big challenge for the institute to reach the impact and the benefit of our teaching and training to the remotest of the villages where from students are and not from that so many affluent family. What institute can do to reach this education to more people who are ready to learn and ready to be prepared for future, who have got this sincerity? I'm talking about your suggestions for rural people. How do we reach? What do we have to do?
Thank you so much. And if you want to read, a very simple answer is to develop quality videos on this. Online education is the only way out. It may be a lot of resources can be given in short capsules of video. People have, I've seen long videos, people are not interested. A 10 minutes, 15 minutes video is the concentration level of young guys. So
Instagram era is going on, so reels are important.
Reels are very important. So that's one important thing, and give them the option to get training online. This option has to be given sooner than later. Now, our other institutes like Chartered Institute, they have compulsory training offline, and they also provide online facility to people who are not available, or not able to take this training. It's very good learning, and we should provide online training to the remote. And there are a lot of aspiring people. When I go to the tier 2 or tier 3 city, there are people who are aspiring to take such jobs.
Correct.
But they are not getting the resource. The biggest problem, not the biggest, but the big problem which all the institutes are facing, and CMA, of course, ICMA is facing, resource people.
Teachers not there.
Quality resource people are not available who can dedicate time from the industry as well as from academia. We have to get a panel of good resource people, both from industry, and I can see so much of good learning is there in this panel only. So I'm quite sure there are a lot more corporate people who will be able to give some time to us, and we should develop that library.
Thank you. I'll come to CMA Prashad once again to you. From your perspective, tell us, how do we tell our CMS about the power of knowledge? And with the global orientation, if we bring in the next syllabus, we'll definitely go for global mindset building. But how do we inculcate to the people that knowledge is power today and digital abilities is the delivery mode today?
Yeah, so I think we have to first tell that we are living in a different world. Between 1980 and 2020, we lived in a VUCA world. We learned how to work in a VUCA environment. Since 2020, VUCA has now become BANI, which is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensive. So we are living in a very different world where things are getting disrupted very quickly by digital innovations. So we have to be now a lifelong learner. So we have to upskill on the emerging trends. We have to unskill,
Prashad, can I stop you for a minute?
Sure.
After 34 years in industry, I am now in 11 years in management education.
Yeah.
Today's boys and girls are not ready to listen to us. Power of knowledge, they have to be given the theory that power of knowledge is most important to step into the global world and the corporate world. Where we are lacking to make them listen.
I think then similar to Mr. Sanyal said, probably we have to make small capsules and we have to then feed them. We have to feed them. And as they join any organization, at some point in time, there will be a necessity to learn those skills. They will be forced to learn these skills. So if they are not voluntarily learning themselves, probably they will be forced.
Right.
If they have to survive, otherwise they will become obsolete.
Correct. That means our examination system has to be looked at again with a case-based question papers so that knowledge can be applied into. Without knowledge, you can solve a problem.
Not everything can be taught in exams, in a paper. There are certain things which we have to learn on our own. Like say, if you look at it, institute trains on our hard skills. And each of us have been in industry, we know that what we learn during the exam times, we use maximum 10% of that.
Self-learning is important.
90% is all about your self-learning. Soft skills and new skills and new trends that you have to learn.
Correct.
We didn't learn about ESG and sustainability.
Correct.
We only learned, say, DOS when we qualified our system. But today we are talking of AI, BI and all that.
We are talking about DEI now, diversity, equity and inclusivity.
Yes. So we have to be a lifelong learner now.
Okay, Dr. Sen, now I will now give you the task of, in 2 minutes, give you a pulse of wisdom or 2 cents for people in practice to be research oriented.
So I think for practicing CMAs, the first thing is develop your self-confidence, but to do that, in a global environment, you'll have to be aware of the cross-cultural understanding about how people in different countries are culturally different from us. I'll give you 2 small examples. In India, when you know you will not meet your project deadline on the Friday evening, you're going to raise the red flag only on Friday afternoon and say, sir, this can't be achieved. But globally, in the global culture, if on Monday Friday you're not going to meet the deadline, on Monday morning you'll say that by Friday we will not meet this. So there are some nuances. Also, I think when the boss is there, as we've seen many instances, the even smart subordinates who report to that boss will not open their mouths because the authority is there. So I think this is a very difficult task to achieve, but I think the first step is to develop that cross-cultural competence. Perhaps some of the soft skills we are looking at should look at some of the cross-cultural issues. But also I think these practicing CMAs must stay ahead of global trends, not just what is happening in India, what is around the world. I'm just going to pick up very briefly on the industry point that you very widely raised. I think there are some industries where what's happening in India is also what's happening in the world. So if you look at fintechs, and I think fintech is a fine example. If you look at a lot of the high-tech industry, I don't think India is very different to what is happening in the world. So pick those industries which are more globally connected and use that as your way to develop your own curiosity and, challenging
That's what
the
I
status
suggested,
quo.
global case studies.
Absolutely, global case studies, but also start from the low-hanging fruit once again. Start with those industries where these Indian industries are global. Perfect example being agro, what's happening, or technology, or even fintechs. And the last point that I have is, I think practicing chartered accountants must realize that in the current environment, call it VUCA, call it VUCA-FU, call it VANI, whatever you call it, is not just about prediction. It is more about being able to think of the different scenarios in which the world may pan out, and rather than killing yourself trying to predict which of these
That
options
is the
may
research
come to-
orientation,
exactly,
and
absolutely,
extrapolation.
absolutely. But I think the scenario planning is something, along with
That's a
strategic
good word,
foresight,
scenario planning. Yes, yes.
is the way it is developing. So these are my three words of wisdom for
Yeah,
practicing
CMA Kalisham, what is non-classroom teaching actions you will suggest for us? Classroom teaching, I've spoken a lot.
Well, if you look at non-classroom and adding on to the point what Vikas said, it's a continuous learning process. When I finished my college and CMA, the ISW, I thought that was end of learning and I can throw all the books out. But I'm learning more now than what I was learning all through my early life. And that is what keeps you going. There is another important thing that is also coming for people in this world. There is another thing that is also coming for people in this world is 40 is the new 60. So therefore, if you want to be a dinosaur, you can be at 40 itself. Else, you have to keep learning. And the goal should be that till your last breath, somebody should come and say, hold on to your breath, finish off my consulting. And then so therefore, that is the motivation I keep living with. And therefore, my point of view is, we have to get this profession and the intricacies and the advantages it gets into the new age businesses, because that's, and as it was already pointed out by CMA Sanjay, if you look at the new age businesses, they are on par with the world.
Correct.
All the business models are now getting copied from either other parts of the world or India is getting copied by others. So which means that you have a home turf advantage now to learn it here and install it here.
That's a good idea.
So therefore, my suggestion, and for example, ESG, a lot of talk was there on ESG, I missed, so let me also join the party. Carbon accounting, there's no standard existing. Can the institute come out with standards like those? Can the institute prescribe things that are evolving? Entire new generation of businesses are nothing but advanced, efficient, logistics and supply chain based.
Platform management,
Platform
digital
economy is
platform
all
management.
that.
Platform
Can we prescribe stuff for that? And can we also make it interesting for our students to do some amount of research? I would also suggest AI literacy, because what we used to Google now or what we used to do online search is now available. And all of us need to be AI literate. It doesn't require too much of a thing. If you are able to transact through UPI so easily, seamlessly post-COVID, I think this is also an easy thing to pick up. So I would suggest elements like these which are very basic to be added, so that we can then get to the next level where next time when we are meeting, we can talk the next round of things.
Correct. CMA Maharana, please give us your 1 minute's thought as a concluding remark for global positioning.
I fully agree with what CMA Kailasam has said. In fact, I was thinking to tell all those things. Like off-classroom teachings, I would give a radical suggestion. Can we include one paper in the finals, in the final group, which would be research-oriented?
It will be?
Research oriented by the
Ah,
student?
Yeah, research paper.
That's
Capstone project.
I don't know how far it is feasible, but
capstone.
this is
The capstone
radical.
project will be a research project.
Yes.
Correct. I take your point. Let me, before giving my concluding remarks to my last speaker, let me tell one thing. I must congratulate the entire council members, president, vice president, and the convener of this program that you have. Yes.
For future. So now what we are now sitting and brainstorming whole day, Manthan Sivir for whole day, and we chalked out few gaps, few areas of concentration by the institute, by individuals, where the future growth is there, how the world is moving, which are the economic contributors in the sectors, as the nation is moving forward, maybe different areas for the 5 trillion economy, which are the pillars the country is now looking at. Niti Aayog is planning for the country, which are the different pillars like the manufacturing sector or service sector, IT, innovation. There are few areas there, what the Niti Aayog is looking at, it will be the base pillar for the 5 trillion economy for the country. And in the global perspective also, which are the technology market, which are the changes coming up, and how we can position in those areas. And making our profession ready to contribute in those sectors, and we work on the whole, all the segments for the 2030 and 2047. It is not easy, it's very easy to be said and to be done, but perseverance and efforts required by the council members. And I again second what CMA Mr. Basu has said, that it's a beginning of what we are aiming at for the institute, for our members led together. Everyone has own everyone is having the responsibility for the creation of brand, starting from the the recent pass out to our all senior members, all put together work towards that.
Thank you. Give big hands to our panel members. And if the institute permits, we will go for the question and answer session. Otherwise, we will conclude here.
Sir, we have some shortage in time, sir. So we can
Okay.
start the
Thank you.
felicitation.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in this program.
Thank you. Very well coordinated.
Thank you. Yeah, we will have a group photo, of course.
आगे चले जाएं क्या?
नहीं, this is okay.
ये ठीक है.
Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
Very well.
Good suggestions, sir. We'll keep it. Definitely. Well done. I'm so happy.
All your efforts.
You have seen my work.
It's like AI, Dr. Basu. It's like AI. If you give the right prompt, you will get the right answer. Very good to meet you, sir. I'm Mr. Bhavan.
We will now start with the felicitation of the CMA achievers. I request our Honorable President B.B. Nayak sir, our Honorable Vice President TCS Srinivasa Prasad sir to kindly come in the front so that we can start with the felicitation. And also requesting our Central Council members, Bhati sir, Murthy sir. Sir, in the front, sir. Yeah. So please join in the felicitation. Requesting Anand sir to kindly join in the felicitation. Requesting Abhijit sir, Abhijit Goswami sir, Navneet Jain sir. Dalwadi sir to kindly join us in the felicitation. Requesting Ashwin Dalwadi sir, Rajendra Bhati sir, Navneet Jain sir, M.K. Anand sir, President sir, Vice President sir, Murthy sir, Abhijit sir to kindly join in the felicitation. We will now start with the felicitation. I request CMA Sanjali Dayas, Madam, Senior Vice President Goods and Services Tax Network, GSTN, to kindly come on the front so that we can felicitate. CMA Sanjeev Rajderkar, President and Head, Coal Procurement and Upstream Business Finance, Hindalco Industries Limited. Sanjeev Rajderkar, sir.
After this 136.
We request all our guests to kindly be seated. We will have a group photo after the felicitation is over. So requesting to kindly be seated. CMA Manoj Batra, Head Products and Process Government Business Group, Bandhan Bank, requesting you to kindly come in the front. CMA Manoj Batra from Bandhan Bank. CMA Ravi Mathur, GM Finance Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited.
इसके बाद you go by your. Next you start from 81 से शुरू 81.
CMA Piyush Kumar Gupta, Senior General Manager Finance, PJK Lakshmi Cement Limited. CMA Piyush Kumar Gupta from PJK Limited. CMA Shoibal Chattopadhyay, Chief Financial Officer, Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited. CMA Shoibal Chattopadhyay, Chief Financial Officer, Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited. Shoibal Chattopadhyay, complete. CMA Dinesh Patel, Chief Financial Officer, Shakti Pumps India Limited. Shyam Mohan, 95. CMA Shyam Mohan Patra, CFO, Jim Laboratories Limited. Shyam Mohan Patra. CMA Vasudev Vasandhani, Head of Controlling, Continental Tires. CMA Vasudev Vasandhani, Head of Controlling, Continental Tires. CMA MC Bansal, Senior Executive Director, Finance, NBCC India Limited. CMA Dr. Ritesh Agarwal, Dean Academics, Rakshpal Bahadur Management Institute. CMA Dr. Ritesh Agarwal. Ritesh. CMS Surya Shankar Banerjee, Chief Financial Officer, BSES Rajdhani Power Limited. CMA Surya Shankar Banerjee, Chief Financial Officer, BSES Rajdhani Power Limited. CMA Sanjay B. Upadhyay, Director Finance and Group CFO, Deepak Nitrite Limited. CMA Sumit Bahadur, Director, Kakku E and P Control Private Limited. CMA Sumit Bahadur. CMA Kamal Nath Thakur, Additional General Manager Finance, NTPC. CMA Kamal Nath Thakur. Done. Kamal Nath Thakur. এটা হয়ে গেছিল, মনোজ বাত্রা হয়ে গেছিল। CMA Akash Ohiri, Chief Financial Officer, Hemong Cooling System Private Limited. CMA V Vidya, Member AERA, Airport Economic Regulatory Authority of India. CMA Sanjeev Jain, Chief Financial Officer, Interface Microsystems. CMA Sanjeev Jain. नहीं है। संजीव जैन नहीं तो CMA Kamal Varandani, Last Corporate Intercontinental Hotels Group. Presently he is also heading Tree House Professionals. CMA Vinay Man, General Manager Fact. CMA Chinmay Shah Roy, General Manager ONGC Videsh Limited. CMA Chinmay Shah Roy, Chinmay Shah Roy. CMA Kishore Mitra, Chief Financial Officer, Micro Algae Solutions India Private Limited. CMA Ranjit Kumar Mishra, CEO, Satya Micro Housing Finance Private Limited. CMA Ranjit Kumar Mishra.
Next year.
204. CMA Shashikanta Malik, Director, Ministry of Defence in Finance. नहीं है। CMA Isha Kumar Dandona, Head Corporate Finance Controller,
206.
Tenneco Industries Limited.
206.
206.
नहीं এটা আছে পরে সঞ্জীবী ডায়াস हो गया हो गया लास्ट
CMA Dibyendu Banerjee, former Managing Director, Puben Tea Company Limited.
और 106207
CMA Dibyendu Banerjee, former Managing Director, Puben Tea Company Limited.
61
बोले दिए
अनाउंस कर देगा
CMA Navin Tandon, Head Policy and Strategy, Apple India Private Limited.
CMA अरुणा शेट्टी नवीन टंडन आया
Navin Tandon. CMA Navin Tandon.
नेक्स्ट अरुणा शेट्टी
Designation.
अरुणा शेट्टी 38
এটা দীপেন্দু ব্যানার্জি है CMA Aruna Sethi, former Chief Advisor Cost, Ministry of Finance, Department of Expenditure, Office of Chief Advisor Cost. We would, if anyone is there who has not received the memento, sir. Sanjay Upadhyay. CMA Sanjay Upadhyay. Yeah. Rishikesh Kumar. CMA Sanjay B. Upadhyay, sir. Sir, please. CMA Rishikesh Kumar, CMA Rajesh Agarwal. Anyone else who has not received the memento? Anyone else is there who I have forgotten to take their names? Anyone is there whom we have not announced? Yeah, just a minute. Sir, please 2 minutes, sir. We will be having a group photo. So please be seated, sir. Requesting you to, sir, kindly take your seats. We will be having a group photo. So only 2 mementos are left, sir. 2 members, Rishikesh Kumar and Rajesh Agarwal. We have just bringing the mementos. CMA Rishikesh Kumar. Yeah. CMA Kamal Varandani. CMA Kamal Varandani. CMA Rajesh Agarwal, sir. Last. Yes. Nobody. Summing up, sir. Summing up. We will be having the summing up. Check. Yes. So now we will be having the summing up session. I request summing up. Yeah. Requesting CMA TCS Srinivasa Prasad, sir, Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, to kindly give the summing ups and the vote of thanks. Let him go. Then we will have the photo, group photo. Requesting Vice President, sir, to kindly give the summing up session. सेक्रेटरी सर भी शायद कुछ बोलेंगे, इसीलिए उनको रखा है उनके लिए वो 2 इंसान।
Respected President, honorable dignitaries, achievers, icons, council members, and press, media, everyone. It had been a day-long manthan. Manthan, all of you know, churning. There had been a lot of churning around. We were getting very, very good inputs. Specialist experts on the subject were with us. So, if you want to sum up maybe in 3-4 sentences, we really need to gear up on Digitech world, on the global trends, case study approach for education, and getting fully ready for tomorrow. I'll put these 4 points as the sum up instead of going through everything because we all heard. So really, it had been a wonderful day with the participation of every one of you, and from the core of our heart, from the council and on behalf of President, we'd like to thank each and every one of you who took part, the media people, the organizers, our officials of the institute, chapter, region representatives, and without forgetting our family members, because of whom we are here for contributing to the nation. Everybody, people who are not there but who are the backbones for us, the family members. Thank you very much. And we will have a group photo. So we would like the achievers to please come here so that we can have a group photo. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Anand sir, we just wanted to see
विजय सर, मैडम अरुणा जी और ये जी आइए. Where is president? President नहीं आएगा. One minute. Please. सर आप भी आइए ना इधर, आप भी आइए ना सर, आप भी आइए सर, कानपुर पीछे Everybody look here.
Requesting to kindly play the national anthem.
No, just before that, institute staff, all staff. Any we will do before it. Photo. All our staff member, please come.
Requesting all the officials of the institute to kindly come for the group photo.
Because without their efforts, it can't be possible to have such a grand program.
Thank you, sir. जीवन एक बार इन लोगों के लिए तालियां बजाइए
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे हे जय 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 हे
Good night, sir.